Chapter 561. Gu Xingyin finally coaxed Mrs. Yen to believe that she didn't suffer outside. After coaxing her to have a good rest, Mrs. Yen felt that it was more tiring than anything else. The next day, before dawn, someone knocked on the door. Mrs. Lin walked to Gu Xingyin's bed. Looking at her miss who was still in a daze, she felt a little distressed. But Master was looking for her, so she had to wake Gu Xingyin up. "Miss, wake up. Master sent someone to look for you." Gu Xingyin got up helplessly. She put on her clothes and tidied up. When she went out of the yard, there was just a trace of light in the sky. There was no light in the hall. It was dark. With the old furniture and utensils inside, there was a strange sense of gloominess. Although Gu Xingyin was not afraid of these, she still woke up. She felt a little strange. Yesterday, Master Yen wished that he didn't have this daughter and never saw her again. Why did he send someone to look for her so early today? She bowed obediently and stood aside, waiting for him to explain the purpose of his visit. Master Yen originally wanted to ignore his daughter, but after waiting for a long time, he found that she was standing calmly. There was no anxiety or hesitation on her face. On the contrary, he was angry. "I found a good marriage for you. The other party's family is not worse than the Lu family. They don't mind that you are remarrying. Go to Yunqing tomorrow to pack your dowry and bring it back. Get ready to get married." Master Yen said his decision. "What?" Gu Xingyin looked up in surprise. She had just divorced and returned home yesterday. Today, he found a marriage for her. With Master Yan's words yesterday, she didn't believe that this marriage would be good at all. "Father, I don't want to get married now." Gu Xingyin replied and asked the system to check who Master Yen had been in contact with recently. Ridiculous. Hearing her words, Master Yen was furious again. "You don't want to get married just because you say so. You're a woman living outside alone. If others find out, who knows how they'll gossip about our Yen family. Let me tell you, you either get married obediently or quickly kill yourself with the 3-foot white silk. Don't live in this world and embarrass our Yen family." At this time, the system's results came out. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but sneer in her heart. This was indeed a good family. That old man already had grandchildren who could walk. He had 2 sons and 4 daughters. The youngest one was only 2 years older than Yen Ruohua. She was marrying over to be his mother and grandmother. Old Master Yen did not treat Yen Ruohua as a daughter at all. "Since that's the case, there's no need to give you any face." Gu Xingyin sneered, "Li family, right? I remember that Master Li is a few years older than you, right? If I divorced my husband's family, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you and old Master Li to become your son-in-law? The face of the Yen family is actually grown on your mouth, right?" Old Master Yen was so angry that his face turned blue. His hands trembled violently as he pointed at Gu Xingyin. "You, get out of here." Gu Xingyin continued his words. "Don't be angry and hurt your health. Otherwise, I'll be accused of being unfilial. I'll be obedient and get out. If you don't like it, I can get out of here and go back to Yunqing. I promise that I won't come back for the rest of my life and make you upset." Chapter 562. She looked at old Master Yen as if she could faint in an instant. However, reality proved that this old man's body was very strong. He suddenly calmed down and looked at Gu Xingyin, who hadn't left yet, and said coldly, "You're bold now and your wings have hardened. You dare to be stubborn with me. I'll only ask you one thing. Do you still care about your mother?" Gu Xingyin's expression turned cold. "Father, what do you mean?" Old Master Yen snorted. "She raised such an unfilial thing like you. Just for this reason alone, I can divorce her." Gu Xingyin seemed to have met old Master Yen for the first time. She said in disbelief, "You're actually threatening me with my mother?" Her gaze turned completely cold. "My mother entered the Yen family at the age of 14 and married you for more than 20 years. She has been diligently taking care of the backyard for you. Do you really not cherish the friendship of more than 20 years? Old Master Yen snorted and didn't say anything. What do you want me to do? Gu Xingyin's eyebrows suddenly moved, and her tone softened. Old Master Yan's face revealed a smug expression. No matter how unruly this eldest daughter was, she still had to be obedient in his hands. He raised his hand and stroked his goatee. In a month, someone from the Li family will come with betrothal gifts and marry you. What if I don't want to marry? Old Master Yan's voice was gloomy. Then wait for your mother to be kicked out by me with a divorce letter. Gu Xingyin didn't reply, but Madame Yan's voice sounded. It turns out that I've served old master so carefully for so many years, and all I got was my only daughter being forced to marry into that cannibalistic place. Can I be divorced so easily? Madame Yan slowly walked in from outside the door. She had heard that her daughter had been called in by old master, so she was worried and hurriedly packed and changed her clothes before rushing over. She happened to hear the conversation between the father and daughter. Gu Xingyin saw that her face was covered in tears. Perhaps she was crying for herself, or perhaps for her daughter. Being questioned like this, old Master Yan's expression became somewhat unsightly. He angrily rebuked, "Woman, what do you know? Hurry up and get down." Madame Yan, who had always been obedient to him, didn't listen to him this time. Instead, she said faintly, "I only have one child, Ruohua. She is my lifeblood. All these years, I didn't dare to overstep my boundaries at all. I racked my brains for the Yen family. It is so that my Ruohua can marry into a good family and have someone to rely on in her family." She looked at old Master Yen, her gaze causing him to not dare to look straight at her. "But now, you want my Ruohua to marry into that kind of family. You're forcing her to die." Gu Xingyin saw that she was a little emotional, and quickly comforted her, "Mother, don't be excited, don't worry, I won't marry. Ruohua will be fine. He will always accompany mother." Madame Yan looked at her daughter, who was comforting her worriedly. Then, she looked at old Master Yen, who was looking at her coldly. She felt something in her heart that wanted to be vented. "Even if I die, I don't want my Ruohua to marry into the Li family. Old master, didn't you want to divorce your wife? Then divorce her. Good, good, good. You two, mother and daughter, are going to turn the sky upside down for me? If you want me to divorce my wife, I'll fulfill your wish." Old Master Yan's face was hurt by his first wife, and anger surged in his heart. "Bring me a pen and paper." Chapter 563. After he shouted, he realized that no one had moved. In order to talk to Gu Xingyin, he had sent all the servants out. Naturally, no one would be able to hear him at this moment. A trace of awkwardness flashed across old Master Yan's face. Gu Xingyin sneered. "There's no need to trouble father with the divorce papers. We're already part of the Republican Alliance. What divorce papers are there? If father really doesn't want to live with my mother anymore, just sign the divorce papers. From then on, the two of us will have nothing to do with each other." Ruohua. Madame Yan pulled Gu Xingyin's sleeve uneasily. Saying those words to old Master Yen was already the boldest thing she had ever done in her life. How could a person like her dare to think about marriage? Gu Xingyin couldn't explain anything to her. Madame Yen was only in her 30s or 40s. If this was in the future, many people wouldn't be married. Old Master Yen sneered. "Divorce? Our ancestors have set the rules for thousands of years. There's no such thing as a divorce." Gu Xingyin said sternly, "The previous dynasty has already fallen. If father says something like this again, you'll have to worry about people from Xianping City's security department." When old Master Yen heard the name of the security department, a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. He forced himself to keep up appearances. If Madame Zhao wants a divorce, that's fine. For so many years, she's been using my Zhao family's money. Her dowry was almost all given to you as a dowry. As long as you two are willing to leave the marriage with nothing, I can agree to your request. Also, Yen Ruohua, you can ask to be removed from the clan. Madame Yen looked at this person in disbelief. She didn't think that he would be so heartless after being married for more than 20 years. Removing Ruohua from the clan meant that she could no longer receive the protection of the Yen clan. After old Master Yen passed away, Yen Ruohua wouldn't be able to receive any of the Yen clan's wealth. Alright. Gu Xingyin agreed. I don't want anything from the Yen clan. It was already a pleasant surprise to be able to pull Madame Yen out of this pit of fire. She wasn't greedy for the Yen clan's little wealth. Now, the benefits that White Cloud Cloth Store could bring her were beyond the imagination of the Yen family. Old Master Yen looked at them coldly. I hope you won't regret it. Gu Xingyin replied bluntly, Don't worry, Old Master Yen. Even if I, Gu Xingyin, fall in the future, I will never step into the Yen family again. She supported her mother out of the door. As soon as she stepped out of the door, Madame Yan's body, which had been holding on for a long time, went limp. Fortunately, Gu Xingyin supported her. Mother's Ruohua, what are we going to do in the future? She was now worried about the future of mother and daughter. It doesn't matter, mother. I'll take care of you in the future. Gu Xingyin comforted her. Madame Yen was still worried. She couldn't imagine what kind of life she would have in the future. However, although she was hesitant, she did not regret it. At the very least, her Ruohua would not have to marry into such a family and be trampled upon by others. Gu Xingyin returns to her courtyard. She immediately instructs Mama Lin to find the elders of the Yen clan. She smiles and goes to pack her things. The two of them are so scared that they quickly ask what happened. Gu Xingyin briefly explains what happened. Xiao Xiao is already filled with righteous indignation. Even Mama Lin can't help but complain that old Master Yen is too heartless. Mama Lin doesn't dare to delay Gu Xingyin's order. She quickly goes to find the elders of the Yen clan. Madame Yen is a little confused. Why do you ask Mama Lin to find the elders of the Yen clan? Gu Xingyin personally fetches water for her mother to wash her face. Of course, to be a witness. She also wants to leave a backup plan. If old Master Yen finds out what she did in the future, it will be troublesome if he uses the relationship between her parents and the Yen clan to blackmail her. It's better to cut her in half. Chapter 564. Under the witness of the elders of the Yen family, Madame Yen and old Master Yen signed the divorce agreement. Gu Xingyin also personally signed a letter, stating that she would no longer have anything to do with the Yen family in the future. Old Master Yen also signed his name on it. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao and Mrs. Lin were both part of Gu Xingyin's dowry at the time, so their marriage contracts were all in Gu Xingyin's hands. They could directly go with Gu Xingyin. Under the supervision of the two old servants sent by old Master Yen, Madame Yen. No, she should be called Madame Zhao now. Under the supervision of the two old servants sent by old Master Yen, she only brought 2 sets of clothes with her. Even the jewelry on her body was removed completely before she left the house. When she stepped out of the Yen family's mansion, Zhao Shi's body trembled. She didn't know how long it had been since she stepped out of this door. To her, the outside of the door was like another world. Gu Xingyin understood her thoughts. Most of the time, it wasn't the outside world that was scary, but the world in her own heart that she imagined for herself most of the time. It wasn't this door that locked them in, but herself. A carriage was already parked outside the door. Xiao Xiao had called for it in advance. Gu Xingyin helped Zhao Shi into the carriage. They went to the platform and bought tickets to Yuncheng. It was Zhao Shi's first time going to a place so far away. It was also her first time taking a train. It was her first time sitting in the same space with so many strangers. All of this was so unfamiliar to her, and it also scared her. Zhao Shi wasn't sure if she would dare to say those words again if she was given another chance. However, she looked up at her daughter. Her Ruohua was sitting so vividly beside her. No matter what price she had to pay, it was all worth it. After arriving at Yuncheng, Zhao Shi's eyes couldn't turn away. There were all kinds of people on the streets here. She even saw people with fair skin and golden hair. Many women were wearing clothes that she had never seen before. They had a fragrance on their bodies as they walked past her. There were also many people sitting in small cars that were pulled by people. Gu Xingyin took her back to the rented courtyard. "This is where you live, Ruohua?" Zhao Shi asked in surprise. It was different from the standard old-style residence of the Yan clan. There were already many new things in this small courtyard. Especially after Gu Xingyin's arrival, for the sake of comfort, after obtaining the consent of the owner of the hospital, he installed transparent glass windows, installed curtains with his own design, and placed a soft sofa in the room. Whether it was the glass, the sofa, or the overhead light, Mrs. Zhao had never seen them before. What she had seen and heard in the past half a day had completely overturned what she had known for the past 30 years. The rooms were all ready-made. While Madame Zhao was bathing, she stared at the bathtub for a long time in amazement. The Yan family has never seen these before. She suddenly felt a secret delight in her heart. Even old Master Yan had never seen these things before. He thought that he and Ruohua would not have a good life after coming out. Who knew that life here was much better than Xianping City? But she also knew that these things were definitely not something that ordinary people could afford to enjoy. At night, after she finished washing up, she wore the pajamas that Gu Xingyin gave her. After hesitating for a long time, she finally pulled Gu Xingyin and quietly asked, "Living in a place like this must cost a lot of money, right? We're outside now, so it's better to save some money." Chapter 565. Gu Xingyin laughs, "Mom, don't worry. I'm a big boss now. It's nothing." Zhao doesn't believe it. "What big boss?" "You're a girl," Gu Xingyin interrupts her. "I'll take you to buy clothes tomorrow. You'll know then." Zhao still wants to say something, but Gu Xingyin hurriedly says, "Oh, I'm so tired today. I'm so tired." Zhao hurriedly says, "Then have a good rest." Gu Xingyin chuckles and quickly says, "Mom, you should also have a good rest." Zhao tosses and turns in bed for half a night without falling asleep. She still feels a little unreal in her heart. Did she just leave the Yan family like this? Did she come to such a strange place? For the first time, she doesn't have to wash feet and drink tea at night. She doesn't have to sleep in her clothes because she is afraid that Master Yan will drink something or get up at night. Zhao gets up early as usual in the morning. When she looks around, she remembers that she doesn't have to do anything. She simply gets up. Mrs. Lin is preparing breakfast. When she sees her, she smiles and says, "Mrs. Lin, you're awake. You can take a walk in the yard first. Breakfast will be ready soon." She used to call this breakfast. Breakfast is a new word she has learned recently. Zhao Shi walked around the courtyard. Gu Xingyin had bought a few pots of flowers and placed them here. They were all blooming well. Birds were chirping in the treetops, and the footsteps of pedestrians could be heard outside the courtyard. Occasionally, a hawker would yell at the top of his lungs. This is a place full of vitality. When she enters the door, Gu Xingyin has already got up. Breakfast is millet porridge. Mrs. Lin steamed 2 steamers of steamed buns with meat fillings. In addition, there are some homemade pickles in a small plate. There is also a plate of snacks. It's very simple, but Zhao is very satisfied. She doesn't have to serve the other person. When he is happy, she sits down to eat the half-cold food. After dinner, Gu Xingyin takes Zhao to buy clothes. Gu Xingyin stops her. "Mom, didn't you see what people were wearing on the street before? If you look like this, we won't even wear old ladies anymore." Zhao Shi laughed. "Aren't I just an old lady?" Gu Xingyin took her hand. "How old are you?" "You're still very young." Madame Zhao couldn't argue with her. In addition, she was really tempted by the clothes of the women she saw earlier, so Gu Xingyin took her out. Gu Xingyin took Zhao Shi directly to the largest clothing store in Baiyun Textiles. "Miss Yan." The shopkeeper was very enthusiastic when he saw Gu Xingyin. Shen Yuanqing and Madame Shen had personally brought Gu Xingyin here before. They had also said that this Miss Yen was a distinguished guest of White Cloud Cloth Store and that she could just take whatever she liked. Gu Xingyin looked at Madame Zhao. I brought my mother to see the clothes. You do what you need to do. There were still many customers in the shop looking at the clothes. Madame Zhao didn't know how to choose at all. She looked at her daughter for help. Gu Xingyin carefully glanced around the shelves and took down 2 sets of dresses. One was light blue, and the other was light purple. Madame Zhao's skin was very white. This color was just right. There was a place in the store for trying on clothes, but Gu Xingyin didn't see Madame Zhao go out for a long time. She felt that something was wrong, so she walked in and called softly. After a while, she heard Madame Zhao's shy voice. How can I wear these clothes out? Chapter 566. Gu Xingyin couldn't help laughing. She persuaded Zhao to come out. When she saw Zhao Shi, for a moment, her heart even surged with a kind of shock. Madame Zhao was only in her 30s, but she used to always wear big and old-fashioned clothes, which made people feel that she had aged a lot. But when she changed into the cheongsam, Gu Xingyin realized that her mother had such a good figure. Her face was gentle, her skin was white, and her figure was exquisite. Wearing such a light blue cheongsam, people would believe that she was in her 30s when she went out. Mother, you are so beautiful. Gu Xingyin praised sincerely. Zhao was still a little embarrassed. When she heard Gu Xingyin's words, her face turned red. She said angrily, "You are old. Don't talk about beauty." At this time, another customer in the shop said to the waiter, "Do you have any more of the cheongsam you are wearing? Give me a set." The woman who spoke looked at Zhao Shi with admiration in her eyes. Gu Xingyin said with a smile, "Look, others also think it is beautiful." Zhao lowered her head shyly, but she was happy in her heart. There was no woman who didn't care about her appearance. There was no woman who didn't like being praised, especially from strangers. Gu Xingyin generously took Mrs. Zhao around Yun City. When they came back, not only Mrs. Lin, but also Xiao Xiao and Mrs. Lin's hands were full of new things. Zhao Shi had completely changed into a different person from the inside out. From clothes to jewelry to shoes, Gu Xingyin bought several sets of everything for her mother. Zhao complained that her daughter was too extravagant, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. On the 3rd day, Gu Xingyin took Zhao to visit Shen Yuanqing and his wife. She told Zhao Shi that the other party was her business partner. Looking at the Western-style house of Shen's family, there were gorgeous chandeliers on the ceiling, and there was even a small fountain in the garden. All of these showed the wealth of the owner. Only then did Madame Zhao understand what her daughter meant when she said that she was also a boss. The Shen family was so polite to Gu Xingyin that they were almost cautious. Once again, she had a new understanding of her daughter. It turned out that Ruohua had already become such an outstanding woman without her knowing anything. No wonder she was so confident when facing the Yen family. No wonder she gave up on the Yen family's assets without hesitation. Lady Zhao didn't know what to say. She originally thought that a woman who married into a good family would be the best ending for her husband and children. But now, her understanding became even more vague. She didn't need to carefully serve others and didn't need to rely on her husband's family to live. Her Ruohua could also live well. Mrs. Shen was very friendly when she heard that she was Gu Xingyin's mother. After all, Lady Zhao was the wife of a noble family. Although she might not have much knowledge, her manners were excellent. This made Lady Shen even more curious about Gu Xingyin's identity. The meeting this time allowed Zhao Shi to be completely at ease. The worries in her heart were also put down. She and Lady Shen had become good friends. Although there was no lack of Lady Shen's intention to befriend her, Lady Zhao had a good personality. After getting along with her for a long time, very few people could dislike her. A month later, Lady Zhao was already able to dress up fashionably and beautifully and go shopping with Lady Shen. Especially after knowing that her daughter was the guest in the forest who was especially popular with women in Yuncheng and the owner of Baiyun Cloth Company, she didn't hesitate to spend money. Women, as long as there was a change in their mindset, everything would slowly change for the better. Chapter 567. Since Mrs. Shen was her old friend, Xiao was not so clingy to her daughter. Today, she made an appointment with Mrs. Shen to watch the opera. Gu Xingyin was bored at home alone. She just heard that there was a new circus in the south of the city, so she planned to take a look. Xiao went to Baiyun Textiles to get the new clothes samples today. Mrs. Lin stayed at home to look after the house, so Gu Xingyin had to go alone. The circus was not bad. It would be better if there was no later episode. Gu Xingyin looked at a group of people in black who suddenly appeared. Some were holding guns in their hands. Of course, most of them were holding knives or iron rods. Then, the handsome young man who was performing the trapeze in the circus just now didn't know where he hid his weapon. The two sides began to fight directly. The people who came to watch the show were the ones who suffered. Unfortunately, Gu Xingyin was one of these people. However, compared to those people who were so scared that they fainted directly, Gu Xingyin was a little calmer. This kind of fight was usually between the two sides who had a grudge against each other. Basically, innocent people were rarely affected. Of course, the premise was that you didn't wander in the middle of the fight. Otherwise, swords and guns had no eyes. You would be a fool to bet your life on luck. The exit was blocked by a group of people. Gu Xingyin looked around and found a quiet corner with a big table as cover. It was a very safe place. She squatted down and was ready to wait for the storm to pass. However, it turned out that the seemingly safe place might not be so safe. A figure hit the table where Gu Xingyin was hiding with a bang. The table didn't break, but Gu Xingyin, who was hiding on the table, was exposed. The man in black obviously thought that Gu Xingyin was with the circus. He didn't even look and directly shot at her. Gu Xingyin's eyes turned cold. If she was an ordinary person, she would probably be seriously injured even if she didn't die. She nimbly rolled on the ground and dodged the bullet. What a waste of the clothes she had specially worn today. Her dodging attracted the attention of the group of black-clothed men. They were only suspicious at first, but now they were sure. Gu Xingyin hurriedly dodged the pursuing bullets and men in black. She was about to reach the door. Her arm was suddenly pulled by someone, and her whole body fell into a cold and hard embrace. At the same time, a large number of armed soldiers in military uniforms entered. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Violators will be executed on the spot. Someone fired a shot into the air. Everyone stopped what they were doing. You seem to get into trouble every time we meet. A cold voice rang in Gu Xingyin's ears. Huang Fuqi looked at the woman in his arms. She looked so small, but her eyes were calm and gentle. It was as if she was born to wear Su Xiu's clothes and sit in an exquisite attic to drink tea. Who would have thought that just a moment ago, she was still able to keep a straight face under the rain of bullets? Gu Xingyin blinked and blinked again. Then she asked in confusion, "Excuse me. Have we met before?" As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Xingyin felt the hand around her waist tighten, and the air around her turned cold. Huang Fuqi's adjutant automatically took 3 steps back. Very good, this woman doesn't remember me at all. Huang Fu Xiaoshui expressed that he had never enjoyed such treatment before. Gu Xingyin laughed in her heart. Who told you to pretend to be cold last time? I'll let you have a taste of being ignored. Chapter 568. The air froze in an instant. Except for Gu Xingyin, everyone looked at Huang Fuqi in fear. They were afraid that if they were not careful, he would get angry and they would be the ones to suffer. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huang Fuqi held Gu Xingyin's waist with his right arm, bent down, and lifted her up with his left hand. Gu Xingyin was speechless. What are you doing? Gu Xingyin glared at him. Put me down. Huang Fuqi turned a deaf ear. Young Marshal Huang Fu, you're kidnapping an innocent woman. Gu Xingyin was furious. This man looked like a gentleman, but why did he look like a hooligan? Huang Fuqi stopped and lowered his head. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. Now you know who I am. Gu Xingyin was speechless. This man was not only a hooligan, but he was also narrow-minded. She struggled hard, but she couldn't break free. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't break free. Well, strength wasn't on the same level. Young Marshal Huangfu, what are you trying to do? Huang Fuqi carried her all the way to the car, threw her into the trunk, closed the door, and got in himself. He did it in one go. I like you. Didn't you say so yourself? You're trying to steal me. The car skidded. Under young Marshal Huangfu's cold gaze, the driver in front thought about how to report this news to the commander and madam as soon as possible. As for Gu Xingyin was dumbfounded. There was actually someone in this world who could say that he was trying to steal someone. She tried to reason with him. Young Marshal Huangfu, listen to me. We were strangers before, Huang Fuqi said, not anymore. Gu Xingyin said, if I suddenly disappear, my family will be worried. Huang Fuqi said, don't worry, it won't take up much of your time. Gu Xingyin asked suspiciously, young Marshal Huangfu, what are you trying to do? Huang Fuqi said, I'm taking you back to see my parents. Gu Xingyin was speechless. She looked down at her appearance. Her dress was dirty because it had been rolled on the ground earlier. Needless to say, her hair must be messy at this moment. She was going to see his parents with such an appearance? No, wasn't the point. He was just casually taking a woman whom he had only met twice to see his parents. This was too casual. Gu Xingyin said, young Marshal, this kind of thing requires a foundation of feelings. If you're just looking for a shield, I'm not suitable. Huang Fuqi turned his head and looked at her seriously. I have a lot of feelings for you. Except for you, no other woman can make me like this. Since I've taken a fancy to you, there's no other way. I have no intention of using you as a shield. This man's side profile was extremely handsome. When he spoke seriously, he could easily mesmerize all women. That was if they didn't hear him. Gu Xingyin chose to keep quiet because of her. In front of this man with the logic of a robber, anything she said was useless. The car drove into a Western-style building with a white carved fence. Huang Fuqi pulled Gu Xingyin into the house. A noblewoman in a navy blue dress was playing with a cat. When she saw Huang Fuqi and Gu Xingyin, she stood up in surprise. Tong Feng, who is this? Tong Feng was Huang Fuqi's courtesy name. The great bird rises with the wind one day and soars 90,000 miles into the sky. It was obvious that Marshal Huangfu had high hopes for his son. Gu Xingyin didn't need to think to know who this noblewoman was. She was dressed like this, and she even addressed Huang Fuqi as such. Huang Fuqi pulled Gu Xingyin forward and answered his mother's question. Your daughter-in-law. Chapter 569. As soon as he finished his words, the cat in his wife's hands screamed miserably and then struggled to jump out of her arms. The marshal's wife came to her senses. Looking at the white cat's fur in her hand, she realized that she had lost her composure. She looked at Gu Xingyin with a very strange expression. Gu Xingyin could feel that there was no malice in her eyes. It seemed that the marshal's wife saw that Gu Xingyin was a little uncomfortable. Looking at Gu Xingyin's embarrassed appearance, she understood. She looked at her son reproachfully. How could you let a girl make herself look like this? Then she looked at Gu Xingyin kindly. I'll ask someone to take you to change first. Gu Xingyin thanked her. Madame Huangfu asked the maids to prepare new clothes for her and took her to freshen up. After Gu Xingyin left, Madame Huangfu could not restrain the joy in her heart. She said to Huang Fuqi, which family is this girl from? How long have you known each other? Are you in love with each other? Huang Fuqi answered methodically, her name is Yan Ruohua. We have known each other for a few months. He directly avoided the latter question. The marshal's wife, who knew her son's character well, immediately knew that her son was still in love with her unrequited love. The marshal's wife became more interested in Gu Xingyin. Although her son was a little cold, no matter his family background or character, he was the most attractive girl. How could she not be moved? However, the marshal's wife muttered, her surname is Yen. There seems to be no rich family surnamed Yen in our Yuncheng. But she immediately felt relieved. We don't need a daughter-in-law from a noble family to keep our face. It's good enough that her family background is clean. It was not easy for Tong Feng to find a girl he liked. The marshal's wife was very pleased. However, the next second, she was shocked by her son's words. Huang Fuqi said, she was married before, but unfortunately, she met the wrong person. Now she has divorced. This. The marshal's wife frowned. Could it be that her son actually liked this kind of woman? It didn't matter if the daughter-in-law of the marshal's residence had a lower background, but she couldn't quite accept this woman who had been married before. In the hearts of all mothers in the world, their sons would always be the best. Even a fairy would be a match for them. What's more, their family's Tong Feng was top-notch in everything. How could the marshal's wife accept that he had fallen in love with a woman who had divorced him? Tong Feng, it is impossible for the marshal's mansion to accept a young madam who has remarried, the marshal's wife said to Huang Fuqi solemnly. Huang Fuqi's expression did not change. Then your son will not accept any other woman besides her. The marshal's wife was speechless. No one knew better than him how bad his son's temper was. It was exactly the same as a certain old man. If he had made up his mind, no one would be able to change his mind. That girl called Yen Ruohua, what kind of charm did she have to make her son fall in love with her so much? At this moment, Yen Ruohua had finished tidying up and was brought over by a maid. Greetings to the marshal's wife. The marshal's wife looked at her carefully and praised her in her heart. This girl's appearance, temperament, and etiquette were all good. It's the first time Tong Feng has brought a girl back. This old woman is very happy. Miss Yen, do you mind talking with me? Chapter 570. Huang Fuqi was chased out by his mother. The reason was that a man like him should not stand in the way when the women were chatting. Huang Fuqi knew that his mother wanted to know what kind of person Yen Ruohua was. Whether it was his mother's character or Gu Xingyin's character, there was nothing in this conversation that could worry him. After more than an hour, Huang Fuqi was called over by his mother. The first thing he saw was the commander's wife holding Gu Xingyin's hand intimately. The two of them seemed to be chatting happily. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He knew that as long as this woman was willing, she could easily win the favor of anyone. When the commander's wife saw him, she smiled and said, "It's getting late. You should take Ruohua home." She even started to address her as Ruohua. Huang Fuqi called for a car. When he left with Gu Xingyin, the commander's wife warmly invited Gu Xingyin to visit the next time. The two of them sat in the car in silence. Gu Xingyin saw that he was sitting upright and had no intention of speaking at all. She asked, "Aren't you curious about what your mother and I talked about?" Huang Fuqi glanced at her and said, "She will tell me when we get home." Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and said, "I have already made it clear to the commander's wife that you were just joking. She won't take it seriously." Huang Fuqi asked, "What did I say?" Gu Xingyin was speechless. He was pretending to be confused. She said angrily, "You said that I was her daughter-in-law." The driver in the front felt that he might not be able to live for long. It was not good to know too much about the handsome man's private matters. Huang Fuqi said indifferently, "I'm not joking." Gu Xingyin was furious. "Do you know who I am? What's the situation at home? What kind of experience have I had? This is not a child's play. Young Marshal, I still cherish my reputation very much." Huang Fuqi turned around and looked at her in confusion. "Why are you so angry?" Gu Xingyin looked into his eyes. He was not joking. He really did not understand. She felt that she could no longer communicate with this man. "I've said so much, but he didn't listen at all." At this moment, Huang Fuqi continued, "I wasn't lying to my mother. You will indeed be her daughter-in-law." The woman that I, Huang Fuqi, have taken a fancy to is destined to be mine. As for your question just now, I know that your name is Yan Ruohua. A few days ago, you severed ties with your family and got married once. 4 months ago, you divorced. I know all that. I don't care. If you want to take your time, that's fine. I can wait. Gu Xingyin was speechless. Have you not considered the feelings of your family? How can the dignified commander-in-chief's residence accept a woman who has remarried? Huang Fuqi frowned and looked at her. You don't need to worry about these things. You just have to agree to marry me, and then wait happily to marry me. Of course, I will take care of everything else. In his mind, this was the only thing Gu Xingyin needed to do. As a man, how could he let his woman worry about anything else? Of course, what Huangfu Xiaoshui did not say was that even if Gu Xingyin did not agree, he would snatch her away. The men of the Huangfu family had never been gentlemen. Chapter 571. When Lady Zhao came back, she happened to see Huang Fuqi open the car door and let Gu Xingyin out. She was a little surprised by this scene. Mother. Gu Xingyin called her. Hey. Lady Zhao walked to her daughter, looked at Huang Fuqi, and asked politely, this is? Hello, mother-in-law. Huang Fuqi bowed. I'm Huang Fuqi. Lady Zhao was so shocked by this that she covered her mouth with a handkerchief. She had heard of Huang Fuqi's name after so many days in Yuncheng. How did her daughter provoke such a big shot? She looked at her daughter reflexively. How long had it been since they last met, and Ruohua had found her a son-in-law? Gu Xingyin shook her head helplessly. After all, it was related to her daughter. Although Huang Fuqi's aura was very scary, Lady Zhao still bravely put on a cold face. Young Marshal Huangfu, please be careful with your words. After saying this, Lady Zhao's heart calmed down a lot. She continued, our Ruohua is a girl. If you speak like this, it's not good for her reputation. After saying this, she pulled Gu Xingyin behind her, as if she was worried that Huang Fuqi would get angry. Unexpectedly, Huang Fuqi nodded and apologized to her. I didn't think it through, Lady Zhao. I will send the betrothal gifts to Ruohua as soon as possible to confirm our relationship. After saying this, he nodded to the two of them, got in the car, and left. Lady Zhao pulled her daughter into the house in a trance. Tell me, what's the situation? Lady Zhao rarely acted like a mother. Gu Xingyin was also a little helpless. If it weren't for her, anyone would be confused about this matter. Huang Fuqi's character was unpredictable. If it were a real stranger with a strong temper, they might hate him. She sighed and told her about today's experience. So, today is only the second time you've met? Gu Xingyin nodded. Ruohua, you have to be careful. If you don't like young Marshal Mu, we won't marry him. At worst, we won't live in Yuncheng. Let's go to the south. Zhao comforted Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin felt warmth in her heart. In such a situation, if one had even the slightest bit of selfishness in their hearts, they would probably think that this was a joyous occasion. They would feel that being able to rely on the Huangfu clan was a great benefit. Zhao Shi simply asked if she was willing. When Gu Xingyin heard her words, she lowered her head and remained silent. After all, Madame Zhao was a woman. When she saw her daughter's reaction and recalled Huang Fuqi's appearance and character, what else did she not understand? In his daughter's heart, it wasn't as if she didn't have any thoughts about him, right? That's right, how many women would be able to resist such a man? Zhao Shi asked herself in her heart, if time could go back 20 years, she might also have a crush on him. Her daughter's reaction made Zhao Shi feel relieved, but she immediately began to worry for her. It was the Huangfu clan. It was not an ordinary large family, but the clan in charge of the entire 8 provinces in the northwest. If it had been in the previous dynasty, it would have been no problem for the Huangfu clan to sit on half of the country and be independent. With her daughter's ability, if it had been an ordinary family, she could have won a seat with her own ability. But if the Huangfu clan was not satisfied with her, She couldn't even find someone who could support her. Zhao Shi was very worried in her heart. The Huangfu clan. When Huang Fuqi returned home, he went straight to find his mother. Chapter 572. Marshal Huangfu also came back, and the two of them were sitting and chatting. Marshal Huangfu was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He always had a smile on his face and looked very kind. Of course, if you really thought that he was a kind person, you would be deceived. How could a man who could control hundreds of thousands of troops in the 8 provinces in the northwest be as kind as he looked? Tong Feng, you're back. Your mother just told me that you like a girl. Marshal Huangfu asked his son to sit down. Huang Fuqi nodded and turned to ask his mother, what did you talk about with her? Mrs. Marshall pushed a plate of peeled longans in front of him and said, nothing much. We just asked about her interests and hobbies. I like her personality. Huang Fuqi nodded and stopped talking. But Marshal Huang Fuqi said, son, I heard that the girl you like has been married before. My son is so outstanding. How can you marry a married woman? I don't agree. Huang Fuqi said indifferently, I want to marry her. It's none of my business whether you agree or not. Marshal Huang Fuqi was speechless. You've grown up. You don't even care about your father, do you? Huang Fuqi didn't speak. Marshal Huang Fuqi said angrily, is that woman really so good? Huang Fuqi nodded. In my heart, no one can compare to her. Marshal Huang Fuqi asked, it has to be her. Huang Fuqi nodded. It has to be her. Marshal Huang Fuqi changed the topic. But I heard from your mother that she didn't agree with you. Huang Fuqi said. It doesn't matter. She has to marry me anyway. Marshal Huang Fuqi slapped the table. Good. I like your domineering temperament. You're exactly the same as me back then. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a warning look from Mrs. Marshal Huang Fuqi, so he quickly changed his tone. It's not that easy to enter the door of my marshal's mansion. Huang Fuqi knew what his parents were doing. He said, what do you want? Marshal Huang Fuqi looked at Mrs. Marshal Huang Fuqi. Mrs. Marshal Huang Fuqi said, it's your own business to marry a wife, but you will be the head of the Huangfu family in the future. Your wife will be the madam of the Huangfu family. She represents the face of the Huangfu family. Of course, let's not talk about these empty words first. Your wife, she has to be able to convince the masses, right? In the future, she had to have enough confidence in front of those madams in Yun City, right? Can Miss Yen do all this? Huang Fuqi looked at his mother in confusion. She's my wife. Who dares to gossip about her? Madame Huangfu put down the teacup in her hand. Tong Feng, just because you don't say it doesn't mean you don't say it in your heart. I'm not being picky when I let your wife do this. It's for her own good. Marrying into a prestigious family was not a good thing for some women. If she can do it, you won't have any objections? Marshal Huangfu did not speak. Madame Huangfu nodded. Huang Fuqi suddenly opened his mouth and said, oh, there's something I forgot to tell you. That forest visitor is Ruahua. Forest visitor. The marshal repeated the name. He felt that it sounded familiar. He suddenly slapped his thigh. Is it that female scholar who encourages women to oppose men taking concubines all day long? At the mention of this, the marshal gritted his teeth. Chapter 573. He had heard the name Lin Jianke a lot these days. That woman was the nemesis of men like them. Why should a woman be nice to herself? Why should a woman depend on a man to live? Why should a woman tolerate a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Wasn't that what she should do? Why were there so many questions? The point was that many women's emotions had been stirred up by her. Now, it was said that a small number of women had proposed to divorce their husbands. In Yuncheng, women even began to apply for some easy positions. Now there were already literati in Yuncheng daily denouncing that women came to take their jobs and ignored their families. They were putting the cart before the horse. Contrary to the general's reaction, the general's wife's eyes lit up when she heard that Gu Xingyin was Lin Jianke. In some ways, the general's wife really admired Lin Jianke. Some of her views, her style, and her unique views on beauty made the general's wife admire her. If it weren't for the fact that she was no longer young and the general's relationship with her was more familial than romantic, the general's wife would have tried to live alone. If Lin Jianke became her daughter-in-law, the general's wife thought it was a good thing. However, the general asked Huang Fuqi a series of questions that hit the nail on the head. I read the comments of Lin Jianke in the newspaper. Although they didn't say it explicitly, I think she advocates equality between men and women. If you marry her, it will be very difficult for you to have concubines in the future. Huang Fuqi asked in reply, she is enough for me. Why do I need so many women? When mentioning other women, Huang Fu Shaoshuai's face was full of disgust. Huang Fu Shaoshuai was stumped by the question. He had no answer to this question. Which rich and powerful man wouldn't want to have 2 women on his left and right arms and enjoy the blessings of 2 wives? What went wrong with his son when he grew up? Huang Fuqi got up. If there is no problem, mother, can you go to prepare the betrothal gift for me? 3 days later, I will go to their house to propose marriage in person. The general had never paid attention to his son's private affairs. He only cared about what kind of wife he wanted to marry as long as he liked her. Ever since Madame Huangfu found out that her son had fallen in love with the forest visitor, her previous objection had turned into a mysterious silence. When Huang Fuqi said this, no one objected. That was all they agreed to. Huang Fuqi thought that he could tell her the news tomorrow. Now, she had no reason to reject him, right? 3 days later, the long motorcade arrived at the small courtyard rented by Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin, Mrs. Zhao, and Mrs. Lin come out after hearing the news. They are stunned to see many young men in military uniforms carrying boxes of things into the yard. Gu Xingyin found Huang Fuqi, who was standing at the side. What are you doing? Huang Fuqi replied, betrothal gifts. Gu Xingyin nearly fainted. Wasn't this action too fast? Moreover, how could a bridegroom lead a team to deliver betrothal gifts? Huang Fuqi looked at Lady Zhao and bowed as a junior. Huang Fuqi has already reported this to his parents, and they are very satisfied with Ruohua. These are the betrothal gifts that my mother personally selected. Lady Zhao was already shocked speechless by the Huangfu family's speed. Can I refuse? Gu Xingyin suddenly asked. Huang Fuqi replied, if you accept, I will hold your hand and take you to the car at the wedding. If you refuse, I will tie you to the car at the wedding. Chapter 574. The Huangfu family's actions couldn't be fooled. Even Huang Fuqi's series of actions had been captured on camera. Huang Fu Shaoshuai had actually quietly arranged an engagement. Everyone was guessing who the lucky lady was. Half of Gu Xingyin's profile also appeared in the newspaper that day. Although Yan Ruohua had been married to Lu Zijuan for 2 years in the past, she had never left the house. In addition, she was so different from before that no one recognized her. There were only 2 people who recognized the person in the newspaper. One was Lu Zijuan, and the other was Shen Yuanxing. Both of them were shocked, but their shock was different. One was in disbelief, while the other was ecstatic. When Lu Zijuan saw the newspaper, he was eating outside with 2 of his classmates. He had been in a bad mood recently because Yunyi had completely ignored him for some reason. She didn't want the jewelry and clothes he bought for her. He couldn't even enter the theater of Yunxi's class. The 2 classmates knew about his relationship with Lu Yunyi, so they tried to persuade him. Actresses are heartless. Lu Yunyi's behavior clearly shows that she's hooked up with a bigger sugar daddy and kicked him away. Lu Zijuan refused to believe this fact. He didn't believe that his Yunyi was such a woman. He believed that their love was pure and beautiful. His 2 classmates had no choice but to drink with him to drown their sorrows. Someone happened to be hawking newspapers outside, and one of his classmates bought a copy. Ms. Lin Jianke is going to publish another article today, right? She hasn't removed it yet. What is she going to say today? Lu Zijuan's male classmate was a fan of Lin Jianke. He felt that such an independent, progressive, and thoughtful woman was most in line with the imagination of men like him. Her male classmate even laughed and said that if Ms. Lin Jianke was about his age, he wouldn't mind her divorce and would be willing to pursue her. In a sense, Lu Zijuan also admired Lin Jianke very much. It was just that he never dared to say this because he was the kind of man in her novel who divorced his wife in order to pursue free love. Lu Zijuan didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He and Yan Ruohua didn't have anything in common. If they were forced to be together, it would only make both of them suffer. Speaking of Yan Ruohua, he thought of the person he saw in front of the theater of Yunxi class. She was sharp-tongued and her eyebrows were flying. She was a completely different person from the Yan Ruohua he knew. He shook his head with a smile. Why was he thinking of her again? At this moment, his classmate who was sitting opposite him and reading the newspaper suddenly said, "Young Marshal Huang Fu is actually getting married? Even the betrothal gifts were given. Does the woman have a photo? I can't see her clearly, but she looks pretty." Lu Zijuan didn't pay much attention to it until a classmate sitting next to him snatched the newspaper. He inadvertently glanced at it. The woman in the picture. He hurriedly snatched the newspaper and looked at the photo in detail. There was no mistake. Although it was only half a side profile, Lu Zijuan was sure that the woman on it was Yan Ruohua. He read the news on the newspaper again. Yan Ruohua was going to marry young Marshal Huang Fu. How was this possible? A person like young Marshal Huang Fu was from a different world from them. How could he be interested in Yan Ruohua? Zijuan? The two classmates watched in bafflement as Lu Zijuan ran out with the newspaper in his hand. Chapter 575. Following the address on the newspaper, Lu Zijuan found Gu Xingyin's small yard. In fact, since the address was exposed in the newspaper, many people wanted to enter this small yard. However, Huang Fu Qi had already thought of this. Currently, this small courtyard was guarded by several fully armed soldiers. No one would dare to have any ideas about the people inside. Lu Zijuan couldn't get close at all. As long as he got close, someone would point a gun at him. After guarding for a day, Lu Zijuan felt that there was nothing he couldn't do. He tidied up his clothes and came to the door. Before the guards asked, he said politely, "I'm a friend of the owner of this yard. Can I go in and visit her?" The guard glanced at him and asked, "What's your name? Who are you looking for?" Lu Zijuan. "I'm looking for Yan Ruohua." Hearing that the gigolo was looking for Madame Xiao, the guard looked at him several times and said, "Wait outside. I'll go in and report." How could he be so arrogant? Lu Zijuan was dissatisfied. Soon the guard came out and looked at Lu Zijuan with a strange look. "Madame Xiao said she didn't know you. You're not a newspaper reporter, are you? I've met a lot of people like you in the past 2 days." Lu Zijuan quickly said, "Is Yan Ruohua really going to marry young Marshal Huang Fu?" "I'm really her friend." The guard impatiently drove him away. "I said I didn't know her. Don't block the door here." Lu Zijuan stood aside and didn't know what he was feeling now. Yan Ruohua, who he looked down on and never looked at, was going to become Madame Xiao and the hostess of Yuncheng. Was there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? He felt that he should see Yan Ruohua, but he had no idea why he should see her and what he should do after meeting her. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lu Zijuan turned around and was about to go home. As a result, something fell on his head. He blacked out and didn't know anything. When he woke up again, he found himself in a strange room. The style of the whole room was very simple. A man in a military uniform was sitting at a desk not far away. He looked very familiar. Lu Zijuan got up and saw the person clearly. This glance caused his heart to involuntarily tremble. He recognized this man with a terrifying aura. It was Huang Fu Xiaoshui. He thought that he would never cross paths with anyone in his life. Huang Fu Qi seemed to have noticed that he was awake. He stopped writing and stood up. As soon as he stood up, Lu Zijuan felt even more pressure. Huang Fuqi was very tall. He looked at Lu Zijuan with a hint of condescension in his eyes. Mr. Lu, why are you looking for my fiancé? Sure enough, it was for Yan Ruohua. Lu Zijuan knew that he had never interacted with Huang Fuqi before. Now, the only connection was that his ex-wife was Huang Fuqi's current fiancé. He summoned his courage and looked at Huang Fuqi. The other party's figure was tall and straight, his features were handsome, and his status was even higher. A man who could make all other men feel inferior. Why? That woman, Yan Ruohua, could still find such an outstanding man after leaving him? For some reason, he blurted out, "You're right. Young Marshal Huangfu, did you know that your fiancé was married before?" Chapter 576. As soon as he said this, he regretted it. Since when had he become such a despicable person? Then, a hand squeezed his neck tightly. A strong sense of suffocation surged. Huang Fuqi's cold voice sounded in his ear. How could she have met a man like you before? Such a woman was actually held back by such a man. Huang Fuqi's heart suddenly spread a fine and dense heartache. If only I had met her earlier, before she got married. In this way, she wouldn't have been treated like that. It didn't matter. In the future, he would be responsible for doubly spoiling her. Seeing that Lu Zijuan's face had begun to turn purple, Huang Fuqi loosened his hand and Lu Zijuan was thrown to the ground. Huang Fuqi seemed to have just encountered something dirty. He took a cloth towel from the desk and carefully wiped his hands. The person you abandoned like a pair of worn-out shoes is the treasure of my life. Lu Zijuan, don't let me see you trying to get close to her again. Otherwise, next time, I won't let go. Lu Zijuan went out of the door in a daze. It was already dark. He didn't go home. Instead, he walked to Yunxi's class. In the past, there were people guarding the door. But today, he didn't know if the gatekeeper happened to be lazy, but no one was guarding the door. Lu Zijuan entered the garden unimpeded. Yes, he still had Yunyi. Yan Ruohua was nothing. He loved Yunyi. As long as Yunyi was still there, it was fine. However, when he approached Lu Yunyi's room, he heard a gentle and soft voice. Division Commander Zhang, come, drink this cup. This voice was sweet and mellow, like the first cry of a oriole. It was a voice that Lu Zijuan couldn't be more familiar with. A lustful voice sounded, I want you, to feed me personally. The following voice was self-evident. Lu Zijuan only felt a gust of hot air rushing to the door with a bang. This was not his Yunyi. This couldn't be his Yunyi. Yes, Yunyi must be forced. Lu Zijuan didn't know where the impulse came from. He kicked the door heavily. The scene in the room was unbearable to look at. A middle-aged man was lying on the chaise lounge. A few buttons of his military uniform were already unbuttoned. A beauty was lying on top of him. The beauty was holding a wine glass in her hand. The wine in the glass had already been emptied. Half of it was in the belly of the beauty, and the other half was in the belly of the middle-aged man. Wasn't that beauty Lu Yunyi? Her clothes were already in a mess, revealing the bright red undergarment underneath. When she turned her head, there was still a trace of wine at the corner of her mouth. The two of them were obviously startled by the commotion. Division Commander Zhang frowned. A clear look of disgust flashed across Lu Yunyi's eyes. It had long been a tacit rule to only talk about the wind and moon, regardless of. This man was so shameless that she couldn't shake him off. No man would be in a good mood when he was interrupted. Especially when Lu Zijuan was still deceiving himself and others. He said to Lu Yunyi affectionately, Yunyi, you must have been forced, right? Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Don't be afraid. Teacher Zhang glanced at the beauty on top of him, old flame. Feeling the anger on the man's body, Lu Yunyi quickly smiled and said, look at what you're saying. What old flame? Maybe he's just a hothead from somewhere. After reading a few scripts, he thinks he's the hero. Lu Zijuan looked at Lu Yunyi in disbelief. It was as if this was the first day he knew this woman. Chapter 577. Did she not remember all the sweet and affectionate vows they had made to each other? He had even promised to marry her. The man who was addressed as Division Commander Zhang laughed when he heard Lu Yuni's words. He snorted nonchalantly, his voice full of viciousness. Since you don't know him, take him away and beat him up. Someone came in from outside the room and pulled Lu Zijuan, who was standing in a daze, away. Only then did Lu Zijuan react. He said to the people who were pulling him, "Let go of me, what are you doing? What you're doing is against the law." Division Commander Zhang suddenly stopped his actions and said, "I suddenly changed my mind. Don't drag him away. Right here, beat him up." After he finished speaking, he reached out and hooked Lu Yuni. Lu Yuni softly fell onto him with a cry. "Come, serve me well. Let this little brat see what's good for him." Heavy punches landed on his body. Not far away, he could hear the sounds of the woman he loved having sex with another man. Lu Zijuan felt that at some point, his heart had died just like that. Pfft! He finally could not hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Reporting to Sir, he has fainted," one of the men said. One of the men who attacked Lu Zijuan said. "Motherfucker," Lu Zijuan's voice was too seductive. His anger was ignited, and he had nowhere to vent it. He could only vent his energy on Lu Zijuan. His punches and kicks were merciless. "Oh, he's not dead, right?" Division Commander Zhang's lazy voice came from the curtains, with a hint of satisfaction after sex. That person replied, "We know our limits. We won't kill him. Carry him out and throw him far away. Don't let me see him when I go out and ruin my mood." "Yes." The door opened and closed. Their footsteps could be heard further and further away. "Damn it, it's the middle of the night, and we still have to run errands." A soldier spat on the ground and threw Lu Zijuan on the ground. Thinking about it, he still felt angry. He reached out and kicked Lu Zijuan's leg. Lu Zijuan, who had fainted, could not help but groan from the sudden pain. Forget it, forget it. Let's go." Another person couldn't bear to watch any longer and persuaded. On the evening of the second day, the Lu family finally found Lu Zijuan not far from the city gate. His body was covered in wounds. This scared the hell out of him. It was said that Madame Lu fainted when she saw Lu Zijuan like that. When the doctor came and told her about her situation, old Madame Lu, who had recovered with great difficulty, closed her eyes and fainted. The doctor said that the other areas were only superficial wounds. Although the injuries were serious, they could be healed after a few months of rest. However, the bones in Lu Zijuan's right leg had been broken. Most likely, the doctor didn't say it out loud, but his meaning was very clear. Lu Zijuan's right leg was probably crippled. The Lu family only had one male descendant. This kind of blow was really hard for people to accept. When Lu Zijuan woke up, he still hadn't calmed down when old Madame Lu, who had been keeping watch by the bedside, pulled his hand and cried to the heavens. After a while, he finally reacted to what he had lost. When he realized that his right leg might never recover, Lu Zijuan felt that losing Lu Yuni wasn't as bad as losing Lu Yuni. Chapter 578. Gu Xingyin didn't know what exactly happened that night. She only knew that Lu Zijuan and Lu Yuni had broken up. Lu Zijuan's leg was eventually crippled, just like in the original plot. As she had expected, Lu Zijuan didn't need to do anything at all. Lu Zijuan would suffer a painful price because of his beloved Lu Yuni. He lost a leg and was disillusioned with his beloved. She didn't know which was the most unacceptable for Lu Zijuan. She didn't have much time to pay attention to those two people now because she was about to get married. Yes, Huangfu Shaoshuai's efficiency was indeed extraordinary. What Gu Xingyin was more curious about was how he managed to convince his parents to accept him. Not only the dignitaries of Yuncheng, but also the entire northwest region and even the government in the distant capital sent officials to congratulate Huangfu Shaoshuai's wedding. When the bride came out, it was indeed a strange face. Moreover, Except for one person who claimed to be her mother, the only family members of the bride were Mr. and Mrs. Shin of White Cloud Cloth Company. Her surname was Yen, so she was definitely not a member of the Shin family. Judging from the expressions of the marshal and his wife, they were very happy, which meant that they were not dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law. As for the marshal, well, ordinary people didn't have the ability to see anything from Huangfu Xiaoshuai's expressionless face. However, they had heard a lot of stories before. It was said that if the marshal didn't agree, even the marshal and his wife couldn't force him to do anything. Come to think of it, this bride should be someone that young Marshal Mu himself likes. Everyone looked at the bride carefully again. At first glance, she was very beautiful. At second glance, she was also very polite and well-educated. In front of so many guests, she didn't show any stage fright. Everyone nodded in their hearts. Even the marshal was very satisfied. This daughter-in-law made him a little speechless in some ways. However, the daughter-in-law of the Huangfu family should have such a demeanor. The point was that she seemed to get along very well with the marshal. Zhao sat at the same table with the marshal and his wife, which was something she had never thought of before. She felt a little uneasy, but more than that, she was worried about her daughter. She looked at the couple without blinking and prayed countless times in her heart that young Marshal Mu would like Ruohua and treat her well. It was enough for her Ruohua to meet a bad guy like Lu Zijuan once. The marshal's wife could see her nervousness. Ever since she found out that Lin Jianke and her daughter-in-law were the same person, her attitude towards her changed drastically. She was also curious about Zhao Shi, who had raised such a daughter. She comforted Zhao Shi, "In-law, you don't have to worry. I know our Tongfeng's temperament the best. If he didn't like Ruohua to the core, he definitely wouldn't casually involve himself in marriage." When she talked about Gu Xingyin, her eyes were filled with love. Zhao Shi was relieved. She didn't know how the young commander would treat Ruohua, but at the very least, it seemed that the commander's wife was satisfied with Ruohua. After a busy day, Gu Xingyin waited for her new husband in the room. She sat alone on the bed in a daze. In so many worlds, in this world, the progress between her and him was the fastest. From meeting, to getting engaged, to getting married. It had been less than 2 months. How did she inexplicably become his wife? Chapter 579. The maid standing by the side thought she was nervous, so she smiled and comforted her, "Young madam, you don't have to be nervous. When young Marshal Mu went out, he specifically told me to serve you well. I've been in the marshal's mansion for several years, and this is the first time I've seen young Marshal Mu cares so much about someone." Gu Xingyin came back to her senses and smiled at her. The door suddenly opened. Huang Fuqi, dressed in a military uniform, walked in with a gust of cold wind. The servants in the room tactfully retreated, leaving the room for the newlyweds. Neither of them spoke, and the room was so quiet that they could hear the laughter outside. Gu Xingyin didn't know what to say at this moment. She raised her head and happened to meet Huang Fuqi's burning gaze. He was staring at her without blinking, and there seemed to be a flame rising in the depths of his eyes. Gu Xingyin was no stranger to this kind of gaze. This man was aroused. Huang Fuqi saw her gaze and suddenly turned around to pour 2 cups of wine from the wine pot on the table. He handed 1 cup to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin somewhat understood what he meant, but she didn't say anything. "Cross cups of wine," Huang Fuqi said concisely. He reached out and took Gu Xingyin's hand, intertwining their wrists. Gu Xingyin looked at the man's eyes, closed her eyes, and gently poured the wine from the cup into her mouth. Her body was suddenly pulled into an embrace, and the cup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. When her body touched the soft bedding, the last thought in Gu Xingyin's mind was, "This is too fast." Young Marshal Huangfu's characteristic of only doing and not saying anything was vividly displayed. When Gu Xingyin got up the next day, Huang Fuqi helped her put on her clothes. It couldn't be helped. She seemed to have been tormented a little too hard, and she couldn't summon any strength. Huang Fuqi didn't want the maids to see her like this. For the first time in her life, young Marshal Huangfu was willing to serve her. Even so, when Gu Xingyin stepped on the ground, her legs couldn't help but soften, and she was hugged tightly by the man beside her. She unceremoniously glared at him. Huang Fuqi was startled for a moment before a trace of a smile flashed across his eyes. He reached out and lifted Gu Xingyin into his arms. "Put me down quickly. What would happen if someone saw us like this?" Gu Xingyin whispered. "It's okay. I'll put you down when we get downstairs." The marshal and his wife were already sitting in the hall. It was getting late. The marshal's wife was a little worried, but the marshal smiled. "This kid is a newlywed, and he likes her," the marshal's wife glared at him fiercely. "Watch your mouth in front of your daughter-in-law later." The marshal started from scratch. After so many years, he still couldn't get rid of the bandit spirit in his bones. At this moment, some old maids in their 40s or 50s came over and whispered a few words in the marshal's wife's ear. There was a trace of surprise in the marshal's wife's eyes, and then there was a strong joy. "Really? Are you sure?" The old maids nodded affirmatively. "I still have a good eyesight." "Young madam looks like it's her first time." The marshal looked at the two of them muttering and wondered, "What are you talking about? Can't you let me know?" The marshal's wife waved her hand to dismiss them and said a few words to the marshal happily. The marshal was also surprised. The marshal's wife's face was full of undisguised joy. Maybe she and our Tongfeng are destined to be together. Chapter 580. Gu Xingyin was carried all the way here by Huang Fuqi. Fortunately, this man saved her face and put her down before entering the house. Gu Xingyin knew that she was just deceiving herself. They probably hadn't arrived yet. Someone had already informed the other side of the situation. However, it was better than being carried into the house in front of the parents. Otherwise, they would not know how frivolous this daughter-in-law was. She held Huang Fuqi's hand and leaned almost all her important parts on him. The two of them entered the house intimately. Looking at the two of them, a smile of understanding flashed across the marshal's wife's eyes. "Father, mother." Huang Fuqi nodded at the two of them. Gu Xingyin greeted them according to how he addressed them. The marshal responded and fumbled for a small box before handing it to Gu Xingyin. This was a gift for their first meeting. It was a little heavy. Gu Xingyin's first feeling when she took it. The marshal's eyes were a little mischievous. "Open it and see if you like the gift that I, as your father-in-law, have chosen for you." Since the marshal said so, Gu Xingyin could only do as he said. She opened the box and instantly understood who Huang Fuqi's character was from. Who would give his daughter-in-law a gun on the first day of her marriage? The marshal's wife obviously did not expect that the gift that her husband had not shown her was this. She could not help but put her hand on her forehead. This was really. Gu Xingyin picked up the gun in the box lightly. This gun was obviously specially made for women. The small and elegant silver appearance looked more like an ornament than a lethal weapon. Gu Xingyin actually liked this kind of gift. She could not help but play with it in her hands. "Thank you, father." Looking at the undisguised joy in her eyes, the marshal clapped his hands and laughed. "Good. I know that you are the visitor of the forest, so I know that this kind of thing is probably to your liking." "Ha ha ha." The marshal's wife looked at him helplessly. She pulled Gu Xingyin over and handed him a small box as well. "I won't prepare those weird gifts for you. Inside this box is a set of jewelry that I specially asked someone to make for you from Baoyu restaurant. There are also some land deeds and shops." "Thank you, mother." Gu Xingyin knew that the couple really approved of her if they could take out these things. Gu Xingyin stayed with the Huangfu family for 3 days. On the first day, other than meeting the general and his wife, he was resting. The next day, he met Marshal Huangfu's group of beautiful concubines and Huang Fuqi's half-sisters from different mothers. The marshal's wife never stopped Marshal Huangfu from taking in concubines, but there was one thing she did not allow those people to live in the Western-style building they lived in. Out of sight, out of mind. All the concubines and young ladies of the Huangfu family lived in another large courtyard nearby. On the third day, Gu Xingyin also rested in her room for a day. The reason was not to be told to outsiders. However, Madame Huangfu was happy to see this. According to this development, she estimated that she would soon be able to hold a grandson. However, her daughter-in-law's body needed to be nourished. On the day of returning home, Madame Zhao got up early. In fact, she had not rested well these days. She had been worried about whether her daughter was living well in the Huangfu family and whether she was not used to it. Until she saw Gu Xingyin. Her daughter's complexion could not lie. Although young Marshal Huangfu's personality was a little cold, he was really considerate to her daughter. When she saw her daughter sit down, Huangfu Qi specially took a cushion for her. Madame Zhao was so happy that flowers bloomed in her heart. Chapter 581. Many people in Yunqing were paying attention to the couple, Gu Xingyin and Huangfu Qi. Soon, Gu Xingyin's identity was dug out by some people with ulterior motives. Young Marshal Huangfu's bride turned out to be a married woman. Many people were dumbfounded at once. Some people who secretly disliked the Huangfu family even bribed some literati to slander the Huangfu family in the newspapers. The general idea was that the dignified Marshal Huangfu had found such a daughter-in-law, which was simply a disgrace. More people were laughing at Gu Xingyin. In other words, they were waiting for the Huangfu family's reaction. The Huangfu family did not disappoint them. The day after the news came out, Marshal Huangfu published a statement in the newspaper, claiming that he and his wife were very satisfied with Yan Ruohua as their daughter-in-law. As for her previous experience, it was a new era now. Why should she stick to the past? If someone maliciously smeared the reputation of the Huangfu family, he would never tolerate it. Huangfu Qi also issued a statement. Compared with his father, he was much simpler and more violent. Whoever dares to speak ill of my wife, I will make him speechless. Before these rumors could spread, they were suppressed by the Huangfu clan with thunderous force. Gu Xingyin also issued a statement, officially announcing her identity as a visitor of the forest. This time, she used her own experience to tell all women that women did not need to live under the oppression of some men. She could live a carefree life alone and even find her own true happiness. She was despised by her ex-husband and divorced decisively. After that, she became one of the owners of the cloth business on her own. Finally, she attracted young Marshal Huangfu with her excellence and became young Marshal Huangfu's wife. This woman's experience was a legend in itself. Many women had gained strength from her. Later generations, historians had analyzed that Yunqing had always been one of the most prosperous cities in the Republic of China for women's rights. A large part of this was due to young Marshal Huangfu's wife. When Yunqing entered the snowy season, there was good news in the marshal's mansion. Young Marshal Huangfu's wife was pregnant. This made young Marshal Huangfu's wife very happy. She was afraid that Gu Xingyin would be bored, so she specially invited Lady Zhao to stay with her daughter every day. Now, Madame Zhao could no longer afford to live in that rented courtyard. Gu Xingyin bought a Western-style building not far from the marshal's fu for her. If she misses her daughter, she can come over at any time. In September of the following year, Gu Xingyin gave birth to a chubby boy. The marshal was so happy that he held a banquet for 3 days outside the marshal's residence. At this time, the weather was already a bit cold. Huangfu Qi walked into the room. Gu Xingyin is not out of confinement yet, the child is carried out by the marshal's wife. The maid in the room sensibly walked out. Huangfu Qi sat by the bed and looked at his wife who seemed to be in a good mood. Are you tired? Gu Xingyin shook her head. She had been lying down like this every day. How could she feel tired? You don't seem to like Yuan Yuan. Gu Xingyin was a little confused. Yuan Yuan was the child's nickname. These days, this man rarely held his son. When he saw his son, there was not much joy on his face. Huangfu Qi did not answer, but said, let's not have children in the future, okay? One is enough. Gu Xingyin was not obsessed with this and said softly, it depends on fate. Huangfu Qi gently leaned his head on his wife's chest. He remembered the day when Ruohua gave birth. Basins of blood were brought out and the miserable cries in the room. It was enough to experience such a thing once. He was distressed. Chapter 582. Marshal Huangfu's wife, Yan Ruohua. She was a legendary woman in the modern history of the Republic. She remarried and entered the Huangfu family at that time. When no one thought highly of her, she successfully made everyone in the Huangfu family accept her. Her love with Huangfu Qi also made many young girls who liked romance in later generations cry out in joy. It was simply a modern version of the overbearing young Marshal Huangfu Qi falling in love with me. It was said that Huangfu Qi fell in love with her at first sight. When they met again, he directly took her home. How much did Huangfu Qi dote on his wife? It was said that he had seen the pain of his wife giving birth once. In order not to let his wife feel that pain again, he actually did not have a second child in his life. In his life, he only had one woman, Yan Ruohua. In that era when it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines, in that era when it was good to have many children. His actions had simply shattered everyone's understanding. How many people could be so affectionate, even 100 years later? Yan Ruohua's legend did not only lie in this. Speaking of this, it was necessary to mention the pen name she had used before, Lin Jianke. In the eyes of all women, Lin Jianke was without a doubt a god. A god in the fashion industry, a god who led women to confidence and freedom. In that era of rigid aesthetics, she created her own unique Yen style and collaborated with Baiyun Textiles to create the clothing brand, Yen. It was said that in that era, as long as the Yen brand released a new style of clothing, it would inevitably be crazily fought over by everyone in Yuncheng. Even today, 100 years later, the Yen brand was still an internationally renowned female clothing brand and had a pivotal position in the fashion industry. She was not only a fashion designer, but also the first woman in the modern history of the Republic to call for women to know how to live for themselves. After becoming the wife of the young marshal, she took advantage of her status and established a women's mutual aid committee in Yuncheng. This was also the first organization in the history of the Republic to be established to fight for the interests of women. Later, this committee gradually developed into the Women's Rights Protection Association. The first women's movement in the Republic was launched under her leadership. At that time, scholars did statistics and found that among the 40 cities in the Republic, women in Yuncheng had the highest status among all the cities. Women in Yuncheng also had the highest rate of working outside the home. Yan Ruohua lived to the age of 78. When she left, all the people in Yun City spontaneously followed her coffin around the entire city. That day, not a single shop in Yun City was open for business, and the traffic on the road was paralyzed. Another legendary story was that less than 3 days after Madame Yan Ruohua's death, old Marshal Huangfu Qi, who had always been healthy, called all of his children and grandchildren over. After he finished telling them about his will, he said, "I should go look for her. Otherwise, she won't be happy waiting for me alone." Then, he closed his eyes peacefully. This was just a rumor. Other than old Marshal Huangfu Qi's family, no one could prove its authenticity. However, old Marshal Huangfu Qi's lifelong love for Madame Yan Ruohua was acknowledged by everyone. The story of the Republic of China came to an end. This is the longest story I've ever written. It's actually 40,000 words long. It was also the story that he had written the most stagnant. At his worst, he had only written 1,000 words in 2 hours. Gigi knew that there were a lot of shortcomings in this story, and this kind of theme was a particularly big challenge for me. I'm very happy to be able to bring it to a complete end. Chapter 583. System, I feel that my body is full of power, Gu Xingyin said to the system. She moved her body. This body felt different from the previous world. A familiar power surged in her body. She looked around and found that she was lying in a huge lake. Not far away, there was pure white snow and rolling mountain peaks. She was lying in the unfreezing lake at the top of the mountain. She didn't feel cold at all. Someone is coming. Please pass out in time, the system reminded her. Then, Gu Xingyin's eyes went black. You forced me to pass out. Why are you reminding me to be careful? Not long after Gu Xingyin passed out, a man came to this place. He was wearing a professional mountaineering suit. Obviously, he was a mountaineering enthusiast. The moment he saw Gu Xingyin, the man thought that he was hallucinating. In the crystal-clear lake, there was a girl as beautiful as a fairy lying quietly. She was wearing a white dress of unknown texture. Her eyebrows floated peacefully on the surface of the water. Under the contrast of the surrounding white snow, her whole body seemed to be emitting light. God! The man couldn't care about anything else. He took off his shoes and swam towards the figure in the water. He put his hand to the tip of her nose. Very good, she was still breathing. The man struggled to drag her to the shore. At the moment, he was wet all over and couldn't help but shiver in the cold wind at the top of the mountain. He picked up the signal device in his hand and sent out a signal. Soon, there was the rumbling sound of a helicopter. The man carried Gu Xingyin and boarded the helicopter. Oh my God, Steve! Where did you meet her? She looks like an angel. The man's friend who drove the helicopter to pick up the man said in surprise when he saw Gu Xingyin. Be serious. You are flying a helicopter now, John. John. The man called John shrugged his shoulders to show that he knew. I don't know how she appeared. When I saw her, she was lying in the lake. Steve was also surprised when he said this. John laughed and said, Is she the fairy of this snow mountain? Steve laughed along with him. While Gu Xingyin was unconscious, the system transmitted the storyline of this world to her. Her original body, Angela, was the most beloved angel of God. In this world, people had already lost their faith. Gods and angels had long become things in myths. The passage between the heavenly realm and the human world had long been closed. Angela was originally going to enter a teleportation array in the heaven realm and head to the fourth heaven. Who would have thought that the teleportation array, which had not had any problems for tens of thousands of years, would have a rare accident? Angela drifted in the space-time flow of the heavenly realm for a long time and came to Earth by chance. Her body and soul had been severely injured. Not only had her power been greatly weakened, she had even completely forgotten her previous memories. Just like now, she was picked up by this mountain climbing enthusiast named Steve. The soul of an angel was the purest and most flawless, especially Angela who had lost all her memories. She completely regarded Steve as her family and relied on and trusted him very much. No man could withstand such a beauty's dependent gaze. Unsurprisingly, Steve fell in love with Angela. However, he had a fiancée, Xiao Anna, whom he had been in love with for 4 years and was planning to get married. Chapter 584. Xiao Anna was a very nice woman. She was gentle, virtuous and loved Steve very much. In the beginning, she treated Angela very well. She pitied the girl's experience and praised Steve's idea of taking her in. Everything ended when she found out that her husband had feelings for Angela. No woman could accept this kind of thing. Even if Xiao Anna knew that Angela didn't know anything, this matter had nothing to do with her. But sometimes, beauty was the biggest sin. While Steve was out of the house, Joanna sent Angela on a train to a faraway city. It was not that she didn't feel guilty, but she was not confident that she could keep her fiancé's heart in front of such a beautiful girl. She thought that a beautiful girl like Angela would live a good life no matter where she was. But things were not as simple as Xiao Anna thought. When Angela was targeted by a few gangsters and wanted to take advantage of her, her body instinctively activated its defense. Although it solved the small problem temporarily, it caused bigger problems later. Angela was being targeted by some organizations. They did all kinds of inhumane experiments on her body, especially when they found that the girl's body contained infinite power, and no matter how serious the wounds were, they could heal automatically. Everything became even more deranged. In the end, when Angela's life was in danger, the power of the seal was finally activated. The holy angel's 6 wings stretched out from her back, and the whole laboratory and all the people were turned into ashes. But she herself, because she used more power than she could bear when her body was injured, she fell into an eternal sleep. So my mission? Gu Xingyin was confused. Let Angela live a good life, avoid those things, and finally return to the heavenly state. The system directly told her the requirements. Gu Xingyin nodded. With Angela's strength and the fact that he was now in her body, it was not difficult for her to live a good life. But it might be troublesome to return to the heavenly state. In the original plot, Angela didn't find a way to go back until she fell into a deep sleep. She estimated the time, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a clean and soft bed. Xiao Anna pushed the door open and came in. Although she had seen Gu Xingyin sleeping, when Xiao Anna saw the blue eyes looking at her, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. My God, she is just too beautiful. You're awake? Xiao Anna asked. Gu Xingyin nodded, and looked at Xiao Anna with curiosity. Angels were very sensitive to good and evil, and Xiao Anna's kindness to her now. Gu Xingyin didn't like Xiao Anna, but she also didn't hate her. Xiao Anna was kind, but she didn't mean that she was not a threat to Xiao Anna. To be honest, in the original plot, Joanna didn't know what would happen to a beautiful girl like Angela who didn't know anything and what would happen to her outside. Xiao Anna only pretended that she didn't know and comforted herself that Angela would live a better life. But it didn't matter, Gu Xingyin didn't plan to stay here for long. Chapter 585. Xiao Anna felt that she could not hold her gaze anymore. How could she be so cute? Xiao Anna introduced herself. Hello, I am Xiao Anna. My fiancé, Steve, met you when we were climbing a mountain. Are you in any trouble? Gu Xingyin frowned without thinking. After a long time, she answered, Angela. Angela, which meant angel. Many parents would give their daughters such a name, but Xiao Anna felt that no one was more suitable than the girl in front of her. At this time, Stephen came in. Like Xiao Anna, he was shocked by Angela's beauty. However, Gu Xingyin was not the real Angela. She did not want to have anything to do with Stephen, so she did not show her love and dependence on him like in the original plot. Gu Xingyin stayed at Steve's house for half a month. She studied her body thoroughly. Angela's power was obviously great, but she was seriously injured on the way to the human world. Now her body could not bear the powerful power of the six-winged angel. Her body automatically sealed most of the power to protect itself. It was worth mentioning that after Gu Xingyin came to this world, she randomly drew a power from the previous world. The result made her speechless. It was the power of the blood race. Angela's body was made of the purest light elements. The dark power of the blood race could not merge with this body at all. System, can't you let me choose? Gu Xingyin complained. The system answered honestly, no, I can't. Host. The system said that it was a good system and would not compromise on some matters of principle. 3 days later, Angela said goodbye to Stephen and Xiao Anna. You don't remember what happened in the past, do you? Is it safe? Xiao Anna was a little worried. Gu Xingyin smiled innocently. I have a feeling that I should go to the market. Stephen also tried to persuade her to stay, but they could not resist Gu Xingyin's insistence. Xiao Anna had prepared a lot of things for Gu Xingyin, including a change of clothes, an identity certificate that they had found a way to get for her, and some food. In the end, Joanna stuffed a lot of cash into the bag. Gu Xingyin did not refuse. She knew that she might be able to use it. Before leaving, Gu Xingyin gave Steve and Joanna a white necklace each. The necklace was very exquisite. The pendant was a small white feather that seemed to glow under the sunlight. Xiao Anna fell in love with him at first sight. This can bring you good luck. You must wear it with you, Gu Xingyin said with a serious face. A protective necklace made from the feathers of a six-winged angel was a priceless treasure. Xiao Anna didn't take his words seriously, but she liked this delicate little thing very much. Just like what Gu Xingyin said, she always wore it with her. Until one day, during a trip, the car they were on had a serial car accident. Half of the tourists in the car died on the spot, and the other half suffered different degrees of injuries. Only the two of them, Quan Su and Quan Wei, were unharmed. It was impossible for them to be in such a position. Xiao Anna, who was still in shock, suddenly remembered what Gu Xingyin had said to her. The couple never took off the necklace again. Chapter 586. Gu Xingyin boarded the train to the city under the gaze of Steve and Joanna. In fact, she didn't know why she had to go to the city, but the system reminded her to do so. She asked why, and the system replied, "You have to go anyway." The system didn't say anything else. Gu Xingyin attracted a lot of attention. Some people were even secretly discussing whether this girl was a star somewhere. But if such a beautiful star debuted, it was impossible that no one would know about her. Some people even secretly took photos of Gu Xingyin sitting quietly beside the bed on the train. The sun shone through the glass window mischievously on her face. Under the sun, her face looked like a white jade carving. Any random photo was more shocking than those carefully edited photos of stars. A post went viral on the internet. It was a very simple post. "Today on the train, I felt like I met an angel." Below was a photo. It was the photo of Gu Xingyin with her eyes half closed and the sun shining on her body. It was only a side view, but it was enough to show her breathtaking beauty. In just over an hour, the post was reposted countless times. Many people expressed their disbelief. This photo had definitely been polished and polished. If you have the ability, post the original photo. The person who posted the post was unhappy. "I posted the original photo, but you don't believe me." She walked up to Gu Xingyin and politely asked her if she could take a few photos of her and post them on the internet. After all, it was okay that she had just posted a side view. If she wanted to post a picture of her face, she had to get Gu Xingyin's permission. Gu Xingyin raised her head and looked at her curiously. When she knew the purpose of her visit, she showed a slightly shy smile and nodded gently. The woman couldn't help but cover her chest when she saw the smile. God, why did a girl of the same gender make her heart beat faster and she couldn't breathe? The last time she felt like this was when she saw her idol for many years. No, the feeling wasn't even this strong back then. She returned to her seat absent-mindedly. She thought in despair, could it be that she was actually gay? It was not only this woman who was shocked by Gu Xingyin's smile. When Gu Xingyin revealed that smile, the entire carriage became quiet weirdly. Then, those who were waiting for a follow-up discovered that the person who had sent the original message had sent several more messages. "You're saying that this is a photo that has been edited? Now, I'll show you the one I just took. Oh, my phone is the super popular model." Below were pictures, pictures, pictures. It was obvious that the photos were taken with a low-resolution phone. They could still see the scenery outside the car window. One of the photos even showed the foot of the passenger behind Gu Xingyin. The only thing that didn't change was Gu Xingyin's face, which was so beautiful that it didn't belong to this world. The onlookers went crazy, and this news was pushed to the front page in a short time. Some people even asked her which train she was on and asked her to go and watch. Gu Xingyin was so angry that he was caught off guard. In a distant city, in a 100-story building, a handsome man in a black suit was reading the news. "No matter what price it takes, we must sign her to our company." Chapter 587. At the last stop, Gu Xingyin got off the train. This was a completely unfamiliar place to her. Many people were already looking at her. Some of them had already recognized her as the girl in the handwritten letter and were whispering excitedly. "Hello, beautiful lady." A middle-aged man in a black suit walked quickly to her side. "I'm Thomas from Kenna Pictures." He handed a business card to Gu Xingyin. "Are you interested in becoming an artist under our company?" Gu Xingyin was investigating Kenna Pictures. The results came out quickly. It was one of the largest film and television companies in the world and had an important position in the film industry. Thomas looked at the girl who remained silent and thought that she was wary of him. He took out his phone and tapped on it a few times. Then, He showed Gu Xingyin a page. The person on this page is me. You don't have to worry that I'm a bad person. Then, he said considerately, or, if you feel hesitant, you can ask your guardian for help. This girl looks so young. She shouldn't be 18 years old yet. Thomas thought. When he said this, he was full of confidence. Ordinary people couldn't refuse an invitation from Kenna Pictures. No need. Gu Xingyin finally said, I don't have a guardian. I can make my own decisions. Her voice was clear and gentle. When she spoke, it was like singing a hymn. Thomas's mind went blank for a moment. In his mind, he started to think about the development path for this girl. That's great, Thomas said. What do you mean? Gu Xingyin tilted her head and winked mischievously. I want to know what kind of conditions you will give me. Thomas was shocked by this cute tilting head and covered his heart. Oh my God. After he said that, he didn't feel awkward at all. If you don't mind, we can talk about it at our headquarters. Gu Xingyin got into Thomas's car. As soon as the car left, someone rushed over. How did Kenna's men move so quickly? Damn it. A sexy woman with an enchanting figure and red lips had a very bad expression on her face. She was from Byte Film. When she saw this girl's news on the internet, she saw countless business opportunities. She knew that this would be a huge money tree. But with that face, even if she didn't have any talent or acting skills, she could still move freely in this industry. It was a pity that she was one step behind them. The woman with red lips cursed, got in the car and left. Gu Xingyin accepted the invitation of this man called Thomas because when she was on the train, she suddenly felt a very subtle energy being transmitted into her body. The energy came from the woman who had uploaded her picture to the internet, the other passengers in the car, and the people who liked her on the internet. The amount of energy each person could give her was very small, but Gu Xingyin could clearly feel that the small, weak energy was slowly healing the serious injuries in her body. These were brought to her by those who liked her. But for her injuries, these energy were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. But what if the number of people became very large? But Gu Xingyin, who had been a movie queen in the entertainment industry, knew that a popular star would have a very scary fan club. Chapter 588. The amount of energy that each person could give her might not be much. 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, it might not be much either. But what if there were 10,000 people? What if there were 100,000 people? What if there were 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million people? Gu Xingyin's mission was to make sure that Angela had a good life. Then, healing the injuries on this body and recovering her strength was also one of the missions. Gu Xingyin told the system about her conjecture. The system's reply confirmed her conjecture. Originally, the power of faith was the best energy for an angel. But now that the world had lost its gods and people no longer had faith, they could only use another method. Everyone knew that humans loved their idols crazily. This kind of love, in essence, was somewhat similar to the power of faith. It was just that this kind of love could not be compared to the purity of the power of faith. The effect of this kind of love was also very different from the power of faith. But, this was already very good. At least Gu Xingyin saw a hope of recovering from her injuries. Say, if the identity of an angel was announced, the humans would gather their faith again? How was that possible? Gu Xingyin did not need to think to know that if she really did that, what awaited her would not be the power of faith, but some government or non-government organization that would detain and research her. Just like Angela in the original storyline. Along the way, Gu Xingyin was communicating with the system, so she did not say anything. Thomas, who was always very talkative, did not know why he was sitting beside her. At this time, it should be the best time to get closer to her. But when he saw this girl sitting there quietly without doing anything, he had an inexplicable feeling that he did not dare to disturb her. It was as if he would be committing an unforgivable crime if he disturbed her. Gu Xingyin knew why. Angela was a six-winged angel, even if she did not show her wings and retracted her holy light. But there was no way to completely retract the holy aura that belonged to a high-grade angel. Even if only a little was leaked, it was enough to make any mortal not dare to blaspheme. Of course, she couldn't tell Thomas about this, but Thomas had already found the reason by himself. Some of the top celebrities had their own unique aura. Sometimes, when you looked at a group photo, you would know that even though it was a group photo of two people, sometimes you would completely ignore the other person. This was the power of the aura. However, the aura of those celebrities was mostly formed through constant experience or after they had been famous for a long time. Could it be that this girl was born with such an aura? Thomas felt that he had really picked up a treasure. "We are here, Miss Angela." Thomas got out of the car first and opened the door for Gu Xingyin. After half an hour, Thomas learned Gu Xingyin's name. Kenna Pictures was located in the busiest commercial center of York City. Companies that could own an independent office building here were all existences with great influence in the world. Gu Xingyin raised his head to take a look before following Thomas into the company. Along the way, many fashionably dressed people greeted Thomas with smiles on their faces. If an ordinary person was here, he or she would have screamed out loud. This was because these people were all people who could be seen on the big screen often. Chapter 589. Thomas was not as enthusiastic as when he was with Gu Xingyin. He was indifferent to most people. He would only smile when he was with a few people. These people were all big shots in the film industry or rising stars. They looked curiously at Gu Xingyin, who was brought in by Thomas. At first glance, they felt a great sense of danger, especially the female stars. This girl was too beautiful. She was a woman who could make any woman feel threatened. Especially in the film industry, where the first thing to look at was the face. No wonder Thomas brought her here personally. No matter what those stars thought, they still gave Gu Xingyin a friendly smile on the surface. With her looks and Thomas's attitude, if this girl didn't court death by herself or really couldn't be helped, her future development wouldn't be too bad. It was good to form a good relationship with her in advance. Thomas brought Gu Xingyin to the 88th floor. This floor was the office of the company's senior management. There were already people waiting for them there. Thomas glanced around. Other than the company's director, even the general manager, who rarely appeared, was here. Other than that, there were also a few top managers. They were sitting here to see how beautiful this girl, who was known as an angel, was. The moment Gu Xingyin entered the office, they all held their breaths. After that, Kate, the top manager of Kenna Pictures, recalled, "When I saw Angela for the first time, I felt that the narrow office was suddenly lit up." She had said more than once that her biggest regret in life was not being able to be Angela's manager. An artist like her could bring a manager to the top of the world. Originally, the company had received orders from the big boss to sign this girl at all costs. Initially, these people still had some complaints in their hearts. That boss didn't know much about the entertainment industry, so he should at least let them take a look first, right? However, the moment they saw this girl named Angela, they understood what their boss was thinking. For such a girl, if Kenna's action was a little slower, there would be other companies that couldn't wait to throw out all kinds of generous conditions to beg her to sign a contract. Everything went smoothly. Even Gu Xingyin didn't expect that the company would be willing to give her such good conditions. If it wasn't for the system's confirmation that these documents and contracts were all real and had legal effect, anyone else would have suspected that this was a trap that Kenna had dug for them. Then, she chose her manager. Usually, the company would directly assign managers to artists. The big managers could even choose their own artists. When it came to Gu Xingyin, all of Kenna's top managers were there for her to choose from. This time, Thomas enjoyed the advantage of being close to her. Gu Xingyin looked at all the managers and chose him, who she was most familiar with, without hesitation. The others gritted their teeth in anger. They secretly hated themselves for not being willing to lower themselves to pick up an unknown girl after the company had issued that order. Now that they thought about it, they had missed a big money tree. Of course, they just felt a little regretful. Not long after, they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Chapter 590. Thomas was an all-round agent. That night, he brought Gu Xingyin to an exquisitely decorated high-class apartment. "This is the apartment the company gave you, this is your personal assistant Wella." Wella was a girl with some freckles on her face. She was around 20 years old and had a very bright smile. "Rest well today, tomorrow I will come here to discuss with you your future position and your future schedule." Since it was already night time, Thomas didn't want to stay any longer. He left after saying this. "Wow! Miss Angela, this is the company's arrangement for an A-list artist." Wella looked at Gu Xingyin excitedly. If you looked closely, you could see a trace of envy in her eyes. This Miss Angela didn't even look 20 years old. She had such a high starting point. The artists in the company, which one of them didn't debut many years ago and fight to get to where they were now? Gu Xingyin looked at her and smiled without saying anything. This Wella, to be sent by Kenna to be her personal assistant, she couldn't be as simple as she looked. "You can call me Angela in the future, I hope we can work together happily." Gu Xingyin reached out her hand. Wella was dazed by this smile for a moment. She only reacted after Gu Xingyin called her and held Gu Xingyin's hand with a red face. God, even a girl like her couldn't control herself when facing Miss Angela's smile. She could imagine how passionate those male fans would be in the future. Wella thought in her heart. The next morning at 8, Thomas knocked on the apartment door on time. He originally thought that Gu Xingyin would still be resting. At this age, which young person didn't like to sleep in? But when he entered the door, he saw Gu Xingyin sitting on the sofa with a book in her hand. She smiled and said good morning to him. This girl, any action was enough to make her look like a painting. Thomas sighed in his heart and looked forward to the future. He and Gu Xingyin went to the study and began to talk about his ideas with her. "The company wants you to take the high-end route." "That's what I think too." This was decided by Angela's appearance and temperament. With her current appearance, even if she was wearing coarse clothes, no one would think that she was just an extra. What kind of family and parents could raise a girl like Angela? Of course, Kenna had investigated the identities of his artists. However, what puzzled them was that Angela was saved by a famous outdoor adventurer in a snowy mountain and lived in that small city for a period of time. He couldn't find any more information about Angela. It was as if she had appeared in the mountain out of thin air. Angela herself had no memories of her past. Kenna Company couldn't find anything, so they simply arranged a flawless false identity for Gu Xingyin so that she wouldn't be criticized because of her identity after she became famous. The two of them chatted until noon. Thomas was very satisfied with Gu Xingyin. Although this girl had some advantages that ordinary people couldn't compare to, she wasn't arrogant at all. Gu Xingyin was also very satisfied with Thomas. She used to be Yuan Kei, so she naturally knew how important an excellent manager was to an artist. Wella knocked on the door outside the room and the two of them reacted. "Wella's skills are famous," Thomas said with a smile. Chapter 591. At night. Gu Xingyin had already fallen into a deep sleep. Wella walked out of her room and gently closed the door. "How is she?" a cold and emotionless male voice asked. Wella didn't know why her boss was so concerned about Angela. She honestly replied, "She's very beautiful and has a good temper, but what?" Wella's voice was a little strange. She seems to be unfamiliar with some common sense things. This was something that had always puzzled her. But thinking about how she said that she had lost her memory, this was also reasonable. "Take good care of her." That male voice only said this one sentence. After Wella left, in the darkness, there was a low sigh with longing. Gu Xingyin didn't know this. The system also didn't tell her this. Kenna Pictures launched an earth-shattering publicity campaign. Whether it was the official website, major platforms, or even fashion magazines, there were advertisements for them. The content was all about the most anticipated new artist of the year. Even their competitors were speechless. This time, Kenna really put in a lot of effort for this newcomer. Even Kenna's latest film hadn't been able to enjoy such a bombardment of publicity. But the effect was equally good. Everyone knew that Kenna had recently signed a new artist and was training her in the direction of an A-list big star. Kenna's advertisements were also not modest at all. Something like, "A gift from God, the pearl of the snow mountain." Gu Xingyin was a little embarrassed. Kenna's move was really enough to whet the appetite of others. Almost everyone was looking forward to what kind of female artist they were boasting about. What kind of person was she? But after whetting the appetite of others, they were gone. There were no photos of the newcomer, no announcements of the newcomer, not even a photo of the newcomer. Shouldn't they take advantage of the current popularity to push out the newcomer? Now, if they pushed out the newcomer, they could still take advantage of the popularity and become popular. If they kept whetting the appetite of the masses, when the newcomer appeared, it wouldn't be able to satisfy people's expectations. Just the spittle alone could probably drown a person. Many people said that there were only two possibilities for Kenna to do this. 1. The higher-ups made a mistake in their decision. 2. They had great confidence in their new artist. With Kenna's status, the possibility of the former was very small. Then, it was very likely to be the latter. It had to be said that Kenna's publicity was on point this time. Regardless of whether it was in their handwriting, major platforms, or newspapers and magazines, they were all discussing Kenna, a newcomer who was said to have a great background. Wasn't this nonsense? Without a powerful background, would Kenna really be willing to spend so much resources on a newbie? The second wave of popularity was completely spontaneous. Therefore, Kenna, a mysterious newcomer who had never appeared in public, was no less popular than any A-list celebrity in terms of attention. What do you think is the background of this newcomer? The company is promoting her like this? A sexy female celebrity was chatting with another person beside her. If there were any fans here, they would recognize that this was Cynthia Gillard, who had become popular with a movie some time ago. She was a stunner known for her sex appeal. When she said this, her eyes were full of jealousy that couldn't be hidden. Chapter 592. The actress opposite her was even more famous than her. She was Modis Dawson, the top actress of Kenner who had won an Oscar. Modis Dawson did not say much after hearing Gerard's words. She had some guesses about the newcomer's identity. She was probably the girl that Thomas had brought over personally that day. When she thought of that girl's face, she could not help but be distracted for a moment. It was simply too shocking. However, at her position, no matter how outstanding the younger generation in the company was, they could not shake her position. She pretended not to hear Modis's subtle provocation. This idiot. The company was obviously trying to promote the newcomer. It was okay to ask around at this time, but if she wanted to trip her up, she was really stupid. That's right. Angela was a newcomer. Even within the company, other than a few higher-ups who knew about her, her identity was also a mystery. Gu Xingyin was preparing for this body's first movie. The annual blockbuster that Kenner was investing in was aiming for an Oscar. This movie was Kenner's most expensive movie of the day. The cast was even more luxurious. Most of them were signed artists under Kenner. There were also a few supporting actors who were hired from other places. Modis Dawson was the female lead of this movie. The male lead was also Augustus Monroe, who had won an Oscar before. He was one of the dream lovers of all women in the world. The director, Ken Peter, was in a bad mood. He had spent a lot of effort on this movie. He was also the one who had selected the actors. However, just as he was about to settle on the role, the biggest investor of the movie, Kenner Fortress, came in. It would have been fine if it was just a casual role. However, they wanted a very important supporting role in the entire movie. This was an epic fantasy movie based on the novel of the same name. The role that Kenner wanted was the first villain in the movie, a stunning beauty. His original choice was the most beautiful person in romance, who had been voted by the audience and media as the most beautiful person. This was because the character herself was the most beautiful person. A smile from the princess in the movie could make 100 flowers bloom. How could such a character be so easily replaced by someone else? He even quarreled with the investor because of this. However, the investor, who was usually very easy to talk to, was surprisingly stubborn this time. He repeatedly emphasized that the candidate they sent this time was definitely in line with the character of the princess. Well, in the end Peter gave in and agreed to let them bring someone over for him to look at. But that was all. If he didn't think it was suitable, he would never let people appear in his movies. The main cast of the movie had already received the news. Some of the smarter ones had already roughly guessed the identity of this heaven-sent actor. The only person who could force Peter to give in and was also a newcomer was probably Kenna, the newcomer who had been hidden so well. Quite a few people were waiting there to watch. What exactly did the other party look like, to actually have such great ability? The door opened, and everyone's gaze turned towards it. The one who came out was Thomas's signature smiling face. Everyone is welcoming me with such a big formation. Everyone rolled their eyes in their hearts. Old man, go away. We want to see the person behind you. Then, the person they were looking for finally appeared behind Thomas. Everyone turned their attention to her once again. However, the person who came in was wearing a thick hoodie. The wide hood covered his face and a pair of huge sunglasses. They couldn't see anything at all. Chapter 593. At most, he could tell that the other party was a tall and slender woman. Everyone watched as Thomas led his men into the director's lounge. Ken Peter was sitting inside with a cold face. He was a stubborn old man. Even though he had agreed to Kenna's request, he was still in a bad mood. Hey! Old man, look, I've brought her here. Thomas seemed to be very familiar with him. Peter's expression softened a little. I'll say this first. If she doesn't fit the image of the character, even if you brought her here, I won't use her. Thomas was full of confidence. Don't worry, I bet you'll be satisfied with her. Angela. Gu Xingyin took off the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose and pulled down the hood. Her long, smooth blonde hair slid down her shoulders and fell to her waist. Peter poured himself a glass of water casually and glanced at Gu Xingyin's direction. It was this one glance that caused him to be stunned. The girl who stood there quietly had long blonde hair that reached her waist. She was like the most beautiful rice ear in the harvest season. Her blue eyes reflected the color of the entire sky. She was surprised to see the outsiders, but she immediately showed them a friendly smile. Joshua felt that at that moment, he heard the sound of flowers blooming in his heart. This was the description of the male protagonist, Joshua, when he first met Princess Utana in the original novel. Ken Peter felt that the beautiful princess must have walked out of the script and appeared in front of him. Ken. My old man, your shoes are in trouble. Thomas's gloating voice woke him up. The water in the quilt overflowed and flowed onto his shoes. But Ken Peter didn't care about this. He put the quilt on the table and wiped his hands with a tissue. He walked to Gu Xingyin excitedly. What's your name? He asked. Angela. Angela, good name. He reached out his right hand to Gu Xingyin. I wish us a happy cooperation. Was this considered overboard? Gu Xingyin blinked and reached out to shake hands with Ken Peter. Thomas, who was standing by the side, said unhappily, Ken. Earlier, you said that you wanted to see the person first. If you weren't satisfied, you wouldn't agree. Now, what do you think about our Angela compared to the actress you have your eyes on? Peter glared at him and said, if you had sent me Angela's photo earlier, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. He was very excited now. Originally, he had high expectations for this movie, but the actress playing Princess Utana had not been chosen yet. God's love had allowed him to find such a person who fit the original novel perfectly. One had to know that in the original novel, the most controversial character among the fans was the villain princess who was both good and evil. In terms of popularity, Princess Utana was not any less popular than the male and female leads. A smile appeared on Thomas's face. He knew that as long as Angela was here, that perfectionist Ken would not have any objections. No one else could fit Princess Utana's image as well as Angela. Chapter 594. Even if Gu Xingyin's acting didn't meet expectations, Peter would at most cut her scenes a little. The actors waiting outside were all waiting for the result. Thomas walked out first. Seeing the smile on his face, many people had already guessed the answer. It seemed that director Peter had agreed. This made them even more curious. After all, director Peter had written all his dissatisfaction on his face. What kind of charm did this newcomer have to make this stubborn old man compromise? Soon, they knew why. Gu Xingyin walked out with Peter. But at that moment, everyone automatically ignored Peter's existence. In everyone's eyes, there was only Gu Xingyin, who seemed to be glowing all over. Augustus Munro, who played the male lead, muttered, "I finally know why Joshua couldn't be ruthless when he found out that Utana was lying to him. Which man could be ruthless to such a woman?" The actresses had different reactions. Some were appreciative, some were jealous, and some maintained a smile. A few of them didn't look good. Would anyone really notice them if they acted in the same movie with such a person? Peter clapped his hands and said to everyone, "Let's welcome the last actor of The Holy Ring." Regardless of what they thought, the actors all smiled to show their welcome. Augustus Munro directly said to Gu Xingyin, "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Gu Xingyin smiled at him, "Thank you, Mr. Munro." Augustus covered his chest exaggeratedly, "God, I'm sure I was shot by the Cupid's arrow. I've been captured by your smile, Miss Angela." His performance made many people laugh. Modis Dawson also held Gu Xingyin's hand intimately. "You and I are both taught by Thomas. If you have any questions, you can ask me too." Most of the actors and actresses present were under Kenna, so of course, they wouldn't try to undermine Gu Xingyin. In fact, they had to support her from behind. At this time, Ken Peters said, "Everyone knows that the list of actors for The Holy Ring has been announced a long time ago. Only Utana's name has remained a mystery. I've decided to keep her a secret until the filming starts." This meant that they should keep their mouths shut when they returned. When he saw Gu Xingyin, Ken Peter had this idea in his mind. He wanted Utana to be one of the most mysterious people in this movie's publicity period. If it wasn't for Gu Xingyin, he might not have done this, but Angela's appearance gave him hope. Heidi was an ordinary high school student. She was a fan of The Holy Ring. Not only her, but her father and brother were also fans of the book. Ever since the news of the filming of The Holy Ring was released, she had been paying close attention to the news. Her favorite character was not the male lead, Joshua, or the female lead, Helen. It was the first villain, Princess Utana, who lived in the castle in the sky. The person who would play the princess was also one of the things she paid attention to the most. In Heidi's mind, the ideal actress for Utana was the first beauty of romance, Sophia. Only the first beauty could portray the charm of Princess Utana, right? Heidi thought, although she felt that Sophia was lacking something. Many people had the same idea as Heidi. Chapter 595. After dinner today, she habitually opened the official website of The Holy Ring. She found that it was flooded with comments. It turned out that the list of actors had been announced. Heidi's eyes lit up and she quickly scrolled down the list. Joshua, Augustus Munro. Helen, Modis Dawson. Utana. What? Heidi thought that she had seen wrongly and looked again. That's right, there was a long line of question marks behind the name of Utana. What did this mean? Heidi scrolled down the comments and sure enough, half of the fans were questioning what the director was doing. Heidi couldn't help but leave a comment. She wanted to know what this meant. However, there was no response from the official website. Heidi logged in and found that it was also flooded with comments. Many fans of The Holy Ring were discussing who would play Utana. The number of fans discussing Utana's role even exceeded the two main leads. At 8:00 in the evening, the official website of The Holy Ring finally responded. The most fitting character of Utana, below the bold title was the words of the director, Ken Peter, good news for the fans of The Holy Ring. We have found the actor who best fits Utana's image. See you on December 1st next year. Below was some information about The Holy Ring, including the costume guide, budget, and so on. However, what the fans were most concerned about was who would play Utana. No. Well, if you don't tell us who it is, a photo will do, right? Also no. They didn't reveal anything and just used the banner of the most fitting character of Utana. All the fans' curiosity was piqued. The most fitting character of Utana. One had to know that in the original work, Utana was called a gift from God to the human world. Her beauty was completely beyond human imagination and she lived in the castle in the sky all year round. She didn't know what was good and evil and only relied on her own preferences. She had a kind of arrogant and cruel naivety to everyone. Could the crew really find such an actress? Was it the appearance or the temperament that matched the original work? Or was this a publicity stunt created by the production crew in order to attract more attention? Some anti-fans were already cursing on the official website. There were also some fans of Sophia. They had always thought that the role of Utana would go to Sophia. Only Sophia's beauty could make up for Utana, but the production team did not choose her. Another group of fans began to leave comments under the other actors and actresses, asking about the situation of the actor who played Utana. Of course, the actors who had been warned by Peter would not reveal any information about Gu Xingyin. Only Modi's posted, the news about Utana is a secret. I can only say that she won't disappoint everyone. I'm a fan of The Holy Ring, and I can tell everyone that director Peter was right. She was born to play the role of Utana. Augustus also replied to the message. He did not write as much as Modi's, only a short sentence. I saw Princess Utana standing in front of me. The two main actors of The Holy Ring had expressed their approval of the actress who played Utana. This made the fans even more curious. Just what kind of beauty did she have to be to gain everyone's approval? Do you dare to say it all at once? Chapter 596. However, no matter how much the fans roared in their hearts, the entire crew of The Holy Ring did not reveal anything. On the contrary, the fans were intrigued. They went to the official website every day, looking forward to the day when the crew would be merciful and release the stills. In the end, there really was. Augustus's Joshua was full of heroic spirit and extraordinarily handsome. Modi's Helen was beautiful, affectionate, and extremely intelligent. Finally, it was Utana's turn. Utana only had a back view. The back view in a white dress was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Under the kiss of the sun, it seemed to glow. People could not help but want her to look back. Why don't you turn around and look? The fans expressed that their hearts were tired. A fan left a comment below, I have already seen through the sinister intentions of the crew. I have no hope. I am only waiting for the premiere next year. I admit that you've successfully piqued my curiosity. If Utana can't satisfy me, then just you wait. I will use all the vulgar words I have learned in my life to greet you all. His comment caused many people to feel the same way. Peter smiled as he looked at the various data that his assistant sent to him. Very good, the publicity of The Holy Ring was better than he had imagined. Gu Xingyin began to follow the production crew around the world for filming. What surprised Peter was that at first, he was worried that Angela was a newcomer and might not be good at acting. He had already prepared for her to only be responsible for her beauty. After all, even if she was a vase, as long as she had a face like Angela, there would be a lot of people willing to pay for her beauty. However, some people might be born to eat this bowl of rice. Not only did she have an unattainable beauty, but she also had an aura that ordinary people could not compare to. At the beginning of filming, Angela obviously made all kinds of mistakes. She was clearly at the level of a layman. However, what shocked the director and the other actors the most was that no matter what kind of mistake she made, as long as you corrected her once, she would never make the same mistake a second time. Even Modi's had to sigh when he talked about her. I may be witnessing the rise of a legend. As for Peter, Peter was overjoyed. He originally had high expectations for The Holy Ring, but after seeing Gu Xingyin's performance, he felt that he could set his goal even higher. It was perfect. In the later stages of the movie, no one could see any trace of a newcomer in this girl. Augustus was the one who acted with Gu Xingyin the most. He was even brought into the scene by Gu Xingyin, who was in the zone. He felt that he was Joshua, and the one he loved deeply was the beautiful princess. Augustus looked at Gu Xingyin with more and more infatuation. The crew had already sensed his thoughts, but looking at the other person, it was clear that he had no romantic feelings for Augustus. The officials of The Holy Ring did a good job. Every once in a while, they would release some news so that the fans would continue to pay attention to it and not forget about it. However, Princess Utana, who was the most anticipated, left people with only a back view that caused endless fanciful thoughts. No one, including Gu Xingyin, knew that there was someone who knew her whereabouts and every little bit of her daily life. Chapter 597. While many people were paying attention to it, the trailer of The Holy Ring was released. The special effects of the movie did not disappoint the audience. This time, Peter had a huge investment from Kenna. Whether it was the special effects, the soundtrack, or the post-production, they were all selected by the world's top team. The effect of the movie could be seen from the audience's reaction. Many fans of The Holy Ring had the same reaction after watching the trailer. Why did the movie have to wait until December to be released? Of course, as everyone expected, the crew once again whetted the audience's appetite. The audience was already familiar with Joshua's and Modi's appearances, but they were still pleasantly surprised by the dynamic trailer. Then, for the first time, the crew was generous with the role of Utana. The trailer revealed half of Utana's face. The last scene of the trailer was when Joshua mistakenly entered the Sky Castle and saw Utana for the first time. The handsome warrior looked at the girl in front of him with amazement and infatuation. The camera zoomed in and moved up from the other party's skirt. The audience also held their breaths. The gorgeous skirt, the beautiful collarbone, and then the audience saw the delicate outline of the chin and the slightly upturned corners of the lips. When the whole person was about to come out, the scene abruptly stopped. It was said that the day the trailer of The Holy Ring was released, the sales of keyboards in the entire United States suddenly soared. Many emotional fans said, "Peter, you'd better not let me see you before the release of The Holy Ring. Otherwise, you'd better be careful of your personal safety." More people turned their attention to the movie. Some professionals pointed out that the filming of The Holy Ring, this time, based on the special effects and visuals shown in the trailer, could very well become an epic fantasy masterpiece. Fans of the original novel of The Holy Ring expressed that they had been afraid that filming the movie would ruin the novel. However, after watching the trailer, they were filled with anticipation for the movie. I'm a fan of The Holy Ring. Of course, I'm a fan of the novel. Ever since I heard that The Holy Ring was going to be made into a movie, I rejected it because I didn't believe that anyone could film the complete The Holy Ring. However, after I saw the trailer, my thoughts changed. I've watched this trailer more than 10 times, and now I have two thoughts. First, why is there still 3 months until the premiere? Secondly, do you dare to release a picture of my goddess, Utana? While The Holy Ring caused a wave of excitement outside, the filming of the movie was coming to an end. Yeah. The crisp sound of glasses clinking could be heard. The movie was finally completed. As usual, Peter spent a lot of money and invited the actors to the most luxurious 5-star hotel nearby for a meal. Augustus also invited everyone to his house for a party in the evening. The best actor might have his own properties all over the world because he often had to travel all over the world. Of course, no one would refuse. The movie is selling like hotcakes. Peter, the old man, was drunk. He was still mumbling as he hugged the wine bottle. The young actors and actresses were showing off their figures in the swimming pool. Gu Xingyin didn't particularly like this kind of noisy gathering. She took a glass of wine and leaned on the side to watch them play. "Angela." Augustus's voice came from behind her. Hearing his voice, Gu Xingyin felt a headache coming on. Chapter 598. Most of the people in the crew had already seen through Augustus's feelings for her. Augustus had restrained himself a little at first, but as they approached the end of the shoot, he became more and more unrestrained. Peter would not interfere in the private affairs of actors. Moreover, if Joshua and Utana could really have a spark in the Holy Ring, it would be a huge piece of news for him to publicize. Gu Xingyin turned around and smiled politely. Mr. Monroe, are you not going to play with everyone? Call me Augustus, Angela. I thought we were already friends. Augustus showed a slightly melancholy smile. His appearance was top-notch even in the entire Western entertainment circle. If his appearance was spread out, it would probably cause all the female fans to scream. Augustus came over to have a showdown. Westerners did not know how to be reserved, and he felt that he could not hold back anymore. Angela, you know what I mean, don't you? Augustus looked at her affectionately. You are the Utana in my heart, Angela. Can I have the qualifications to protect you in the future? When he said this, his deep green eyes were full of affection that could drown people, making them reluctant to reject him. Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment before saying, but there is no result between Utana and Joshua. I'm sorry, Augustus. The hope in Augustus's eyes dimmed. In fact, he had already expected that Angela did not like him. He pulled out a smile. There is nothing to be sorry about, Angela. This is something that requires mutual consent. Gu Xingyin appreciated his open-mindedness. Augustus continued, if I'm not wrong, Angela, you don't have a boyfriend, right? In that case, can I sign up, and when you have the idea of a romantic relationship, consider me? He smiled and said to Gu Xingyin, I promise, I won't pester you, and I won't bring you any trouble. But, Angela, I don't think I can let you go in a short time. If you have a boyfriend, you must tell me immediately and let me give up. This man was so honest that it was impossible to refuse. Gu Xingyin sighed. She didn't have any intention to have any unnecessary relationship with the people in the mission world. I'm sorry, Augustus. Since he was destined not to have one, he might as well extinguish his hope from the very beginning. Augustus didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward, not even giving him a chance. He shrugged his shoulders and a bright smile appeared on his face. Gu Xingyin saw a trace of sadness in his eyes. Come on, have a drink with me. Augustus looked at him with a smile. Now, don't reject me anymore. Comfort this lovelorn old man's heart. He was really a gentleman. Gu Xingyin knew that he didn't want her to be too embarrassed. She raised her glass and clinked it with his. Augustus, if you are willing, there are countless good girls in the world waiting to have a romantic relationship with you. Augustus smiled but didn't say anything. There were so many girls in the world, but there was only one Angela. Chapter 599. The next day, the main actors started to say goodbye to each other. They all had their own schedules and it would probably be the premiere when they saw each other again. During this period, the main actors even had to follow the crew to do some promotion for the movie. However, as the most mysterious actress, Gu Xingyin definitely did not need to show up. The next day, she followed Thomas back to York City on a plane. Thomas told her a piece of good news. Because of her special identity, she did not have any activities before the movie was released, so she could rest for 3 months. But she had to be careful in public places where there were many people. Although her face wasn't very well known, Angela's beauty was too eye-catching. Gu Xingyin nodded. If she really did not want others to see through her, it was very simple. A small disguise spell would do. She was not the only artist under Thomas. After giving some instructions, he left in a hurry. Gu Xingyin tidied herself up and got ready to have a good sleep. She even specifically asked Wella not to wake her up the next morning. In the past half a year, she had never had a good rest on set. It was a dreamless night. However, Gu Xingyin immediately realized that something was wrong when she woke up. This was not her room. She opened her eyes. It was pitch black. The thick curtains covered the window, making it impossible to tell whether it was day or night. However, the vision of an angel was not affected. Gu Xingyin clearly saw a man sitting by her bed and looking at her. She immediately became alert. Not to mention anything else, as an angel, even if her body was seriously injured and most of her power was sealed, her vigilance should not be so weak. She did not even notice that she was in a different place in her sleep. Not to mention, even the system did not remind her at all. Right. The system. Gu Xingyin called out to the system in her heart. There was no response. The system seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. This man was definitely not an ordinary person. You're awake. The man's deep voice sounded. Gu Xingyin did not make a sound, but the vigilance in her heart was getting stronger. If he was really an ordinary person, he would not be able to tell whether she was awake or not. The lights in the room were turned on. But the man clearly sat there without moving. In the next second, Gu Xingyin was standing on the ground. Under the bright environment, she could clearly see the man's appearance without any hindrance. He was very young, probably in his 20s. He was very handsome. In terms of appearance, he might be comparable to Augustus, but the two of them had completely different temperaments. Augustus had the kind of gentle and affectionate appearance. When he smiled, he was handsome and charming that no woman could resist. Even Gu Xingyin felt oppressed by this man's aura. This kind of aura could only be possessed by someone who had been in control of everything for a long time. His gaze was cold and indifferent, as if everything was nothing but an ant in his eyes. Who are you? As she said this, Gu Xingyin looked around the room she was in and made a simple judgment. This should be the man's home. Who am I? The man repeated her question and shifted his gaze to Gu Xingyin's face. Chapter 600. In the end, Gu Xingyin didn't know who this man was. Because when she asked him, he only looked at her with a gentle gaze. Then, he reached out his hand and gently tucked her loose blonde hair behind her head. Then, Gu Xingyin lost consciousness again. In a daze, she heard a man's voice in her ear. Don't let other men get close to you, don't be tempted by other men, I will be angry. When she woke up, she was already in her room. She was wearing the clothes before she went to bed, and there was no trace of anyone entering or leaving the room. Everything that had happened before was like an illusory dream. But Gu Xingyin knew that it wasn't a dream. Those touches were so real, and there was that strange lotus fragrance on the other person's body. She looked at the time, it was already 5:00 in the afternoon. She had slept for a whole day and night. Gu Xingyin got up, and she didn't feel dizzy after sleeping for a long time. Wella was watching TV in the living room. You're finally awake, Angela. Wella greeted her happily. The food is already ready, wait a moment. Wella was about to go to the kitchen, but Gu Xingyin stopped her. Wait a minute, Wella. Gu Xingyin asked, did anyone enter my room while I was asleep? Wella was confused, I was at home the whole time, no. She looked at Gu Xingyin in surprise. Did you lose something, Angela? Although she knew that Wella probably didn't know, Gu Xingyin was still a bit disappointed. She smiled and shook her head, no, I just had a nightmare. It was said that she had 3 months of rest, but Thomas came less than a week later. Of course, he was here to look for Gu Xingyin. Angela, you said that you forgot the past, so I didn't ask you about your talent. Today, Peter contacted me and asked if you would like to try singing the theme song for The Holy Ring. Everyone knew how beautiful Gu Xingyin's voice was. Even when she was filming, a composer in the crew was amazed when he heard her voice. When I heard Angela speak, I was reminded of the singing bird in the fairy tale. It is a bird that sings for God. The composer also tried his best to persuade Gu Xingyin to become a singer. He even said that he was willing to create the most suitable music for her. However, at that time, Gu Xingyin had just started filming The Holy Ring. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on the director, so she didn't accept his offer. She didn't expect that Peter would personally invite her to sing the theme song. Thomas said, it's a composer from the production team of The Holy Ring. After he composed the song, he expressed that he must invite you to sing it. Peter also heard your voice before, and since it would be a good gimmick for you to sing, he agreed to let you give it a try. Thomas couldn't hide the joy on his face. You have to work hard, Angela. This is a rare opportunity. He didn't tell Gu Xingyin that Peter just wanted her to give it a try. If she didn't pass, he would still find a professional singer to sing. For Peter, who wanted everything to be perfect, he would never allow the movie to be ruined by the theme song after so much effort and preparation. Chapter 601. Gu Xingyin's goal was to make Angela a miracle worker. Singing. No other creature could compare to an angel. As an angel favored by God, they were born to be proficient in all kinds of arts, especially singing. Every day, every angel would sing a hymn for God. Gu Xingyin's performance was completely beyond Peter's expectations. The composer who invited her was even looking at her with sparkling eyes. Thomas, however, found a business opportunity. So, after discussing it with Peter, they made a bold decision. They would create a song for each of the protagonists of The Holy Ring, and add the theme song and ending song to create an album that belonged to The Holy Ring. This was a challenge that no one had ever attempted in the history of film. The cost of producing such an album was very high, and the market for such a limited music was too small. It was not worth it at all. Unless there was a big hit. This possibility was too small. Peter also hesitated, but he received a message from Kenna. He fully supported the production of such an album, and there was only one condition: let Angela sing. Even Peter, who was used to seeing all kinds of backstage actors, began to think carefully this time. Who was this Angela? Why was Kenna willing to go to such extent for her? Peter vaguely knew who the owner behind Kenna was. It was a behemoth that ordinary people could not imagine. A simple move by such a group could cause a drastic change in the structure of the world. Could it be that Angela was the daughter of a super-rich family? Peter shook his head and gave up thinking about it. What he needed to do now was to let the best team under him create the perfect album for The Holy Ring, and for Angela, the lead singer. Anyway, the investors were willing to spend money, so why would Peter be polite to them? 3 months had finally passed in the midst of all the fans' anxious wait. On December 1st, The Holy Ring premiered. Gu Xingyin, the lead actors, and director Peter were waiting for the premiere to begin in the theater in York City. Gu Xingyin had only seen the half-finished product, so she was still looking forward to this movie. Accompanied by a stunning soundtrack, the story slowly unfolded. Even though he had participated in the filming and knew what kind of plot this movie would have, Gu Xingyin was still shocked. She used to be Yuan Kei, so her appreciation of movies was naturally not bad. From beginning to end, she could only exclaim, "It's perfect." Peter, a stubborn old man who pursued perfection in everything, finally produced such a masterpiece in his lifetime. The forums, the official website of The Holy Ring, and other places had all exploded. Many of the audience members who failed to get tickets had been waiting at these places. Since they couldn't watch the premiere in person, they could only wait for the latest news. However, in the first 10 minutes or so, there were many enthusiastic audiences who had entered the cinema to share their experiences and express their opinions. However, by the time the movie was 24 minutes old, everyone had forgotten about it. At this moment, they only knew one thing. Just like Joshua on the screen, there was only the princess in the white dress left in the whole world. Chapter 602. While the audience in the cinema was immersed in the plot, the fans on the forums and blogs were dumbfounded. What happened? Why did it suddenly become quiet? Did the cinema suddenly cut off the internet? The fans said that they didn't get a ticket, so they could only wait for the live broadcast of the audience. This sudden change really made people very anxious. 10 minutes later, the forum exploded again. This time, it was even more popular than the last time. The entire Holy Ring forum was completely flooded. All the topics were only one: Princess Utana. Love doesn't need a reason. I finally know why Peter said that he found the best actress for Utana. Let's not talk about it anymore. I announce that I have found my true love. Utana my goddess, when I learned that Peter found a newcomer to play Utana, I actually refused, but now, I'm glad. Peter, you're awesome. I love Utana, look at my ID. The onlookers were confused. They didn't understand why these people suddenly went crazy after a 10-minute blackout, as if they had taken the wrong medicine. There were also some fans who had already guessed a clue from their reactions. Could it be that the actress playing Utana was really that beautiful? Some fans of the #1 beauty of romance came out to express their dissatisfaction. Those who praise Utana, can that actress be as beautiful as our Sophia? I think it must have been Peter's biggest mistake not to choose Sophia. However, someone came out to slap their face. The person who said this sentence is definitely not in front of the big screen now, otherwise, you wouldn't say such a ridiculous statement. I'm a fan of Sophia. Previous poster, don't try to blacklist our Sophia. I'm really convinced by Utana. This group of people was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. However, the audience who had been waiting for a long time were already stomping their feet. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Why don't you post a photo? Even if it's not a high-definition photo, you can just take one with your phone. Finally, a kind-hearted person appeared. This kind-hearted person was none other than the publicity team of Holy Ring. For the first time, a video of Utana was released on the official website. This video was only a short 1-minute clip. It was at the 24th minute of the movie when Joshua saw Princess Utana. After Joshua got lost in the forest, he stepped on the soft grass and finally saw a gorgeous castle. The sun shone on the grass in the garden in front of the castle, and a girl in a white dress was picking flowers. She turned around when she heard the noise. The camera zoomed in, and Angela's flawless face entered the audience's line of sight. She seemed to be surprised for a moment, and a trace of curiosity flashed through her clear blue eyes. Then, a friendly smile slowly appeared on her face. It stopped abruptly. The video, which was less than a minute long, was viewed hundreds of millions of times in just half an hour. After that, the server of the Holy Ring website was paralyzed. Many of the audience members, who had watched it once, twice, or thrice and were prepared to watch it countless times, were dumbfounded. There were also a lot of people who heard the news but didn't get to see it in time. Chapter 603. Gu Xingyin was on fire. Perhaps it should be said that Utana was on fire. Before the movie was released, everyone, including Gu Xingyin herself, knew that she would be popular. However, no one expected that the fire would burn so big. The box office of The Holy Ring broke 1 billion in 1 week. Almost all of a sudden, The Holy Ring was swept up in a frenzy all over the world. Peter was very confident in his movie, which was very likely to be the pinnacle of his life. He knew that this movie was likely to leave its mark in film history and was likely to set a record. However, even he did not expect that the box office would explode so much. In the past few days, the corners of his mouth had not relaxed at all. In the entire movie, the most popular person was not the male lead, Augustus, nor the female lead, Modis, but Gu Xingyin, who had never appeared in front of the public. As long as there was a discussion about The Holy Ring, the topic would inevitably lead to the peerless Princess Utana. Fanatical fans began to search for information about this actress named Angela on the internet. The name Angela directly rushed to the top of the trending searches on major websites. However, there was very little information that could be found. The latest news was updated by Kenna on the day The Holy Ring was released. The photos of her on the train had also been exposed. So it was her. At that time, Angela seemed to be just a young girl who had just come to the city. In other words, she was really a pure newcomer. Kenna's competitors gritted their teeth and secretly hated themselves for being a step too late. As Gu Xingyin's agent, Thomas was very busy during this period. All kinds of endorsement contracts flew towards him like snowflakes. Fortunately, he was a veteran agent and was quite experienced in dealing with this kind of thing. Those that were not good enough, delete. Those that had a bad reputation, delete. Those that had an impact on the artist's image, delete. In the end, Thomas was busy for a whole week before he arranged Gu Xingyin's schedule for the next half a year. Gu Xingyin also opened a personal account under Thomas's suggestion. On the first day, the number of fans on the account exceeded 1 million. In the evening, Gu Xingyin was sitting on the bed with her eyes closed. If someone were to take a closer look, they would discover that her body was faintly exuding a layer of pale white halo. At the same time, countless tiny light spots were surging towards her from all corners of the world. This was the energy that her fans gave her. The tiny specks of light disappeared into Gu Xingyin's body, healing the wounds on her body and soul that were invisible to the naked eye. This feeling was simply too wonderful. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but moan comfortably. A white light flashed across her body, and a transparent barrier enveloped the entire room. At the same time, 6 huge pure white wings spread out from her body, and she floated up into the air. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes in surprise. She did not expect that the power of these fans gathered together would be so great. According to this trend, she silently felt the speed of recovery of her injuries in the afternoon. It would take at most 3 years for the injuries on her body to be completely healed. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, the whole room darkened. Gu Xingyin could feel that she had lost her perception of the outside world. Chapter 604. Her heart skipped a beat, and she had a vague guess. As expected, a man in a black suit had silently appeared in her room. Gu Xingyin's eyes were filled with vigilance. She didn't care that the other party had seen Angela's real body. How could someone who could break through the 6-winged angel's barrier be an ordinary person? Can you tell me who you are? Gu Xingyin wanted to ask the system directly, but ever since that night, when she was brought to the room by the man, the system seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how she called out, there was no response. The man wasn't in a hurry to answer her question. Instead, he stared at her with her wings open and floating in the air without blinking. Very beautiful. He praised. He opened his arms and made a gesture as if he was hugging her. Gu Xingyin's body flew towards him uncontrollably and fell into his arms. Gu Xingyin didn't want to resist this man from the depths of her soul. It wasn't an instinct of Angela's body, but from the depths of her soul. I already told you last time that I'm your lover. The man hugged her and sighed. But I really don't know you. Gu Xingyin furrowed her brows. She couldn't lie to herself. She longed for this embrace that was filled with the light lotus fragrance. But she didn't like this feeling of not being able to control herself. Follow your heart, the man said in a low voice. Gu Xingyin heard a name that made her tremble. Ah, In. You called me, Shu. Her lips were suddenly covered by a finger. The man said softly, don't say it. You'll be noticed. He didn't say what would be noticed, but Gu Xingyin understood. It was the law that was constantly monitoring this world. He called her Ah In. He actually knew that she wasn't Angela. Gu Xingyin's eyelashes fluttered. Although she didn't have any memories, her heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. She didn't know where this feeling came from, but she indulged herself in this feeling. A thought suddenly rose in her mind. She looked at the man in front of her seriously. He still had that indifferent look on his face, cold and noble. Can you tell me that you love me? Gu Xingyin looked at him without blinking. A trace of surprise flashed through the man's eyes. Even if she had no memory, she would still subconsciously act coquettishly towards him. He couldn't seem to refuse her request at all. He thought helplessly. The man hugged her waist and rubbed the base of her angel wings with both hands. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but tremble. This was the most sensitive part of an angel's body. The man gently lowered his head, and his hot breath fell on her ear. I love you, In. The last 2 words appeared directly in her mind. Gu Xingyin took the initiative to kiss him. She felt like she was going crazy. She knew nothing about this man, not even his name. Such a dangerous man, her rationality told her that she should be vigilant and avoid him. But she couldn't help it. The desire from the depths of her soul made her want to get close to him. It was as if a voice in her heart was telling her, "Don't be afraid of him. He won't hurt you. You love him." She loved him. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes. If this was really a dream, she wouldn't wake up again. Chapter 605. When Gu Xingyin woke up the next day, there was still a smile on her face. That person's words seemed to linger in her ears, "You're too outstanding. The way those men look at you makes me want to destroy the world. So direct and domineering." She asked about his identity, but he only told her his identity in this world. Gu Xingyin finally knew why it was so easy for her to sign Kenna. She also knew why Kenna had been giving her the green light. He had been silently supporting her from behind. She thought about the rumors that people had about her, saying that she had an incredible backer. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but laugh. Looking at it like that, it really was true. As for his true identity, the man said that it wasn't suitable for her to know yet. He couldn't even say his name in this world. Even if it sounded in Gu Xingyin's mind, she couldn't. She got up in a good mood and saw Weena, who was preparing breakfast. She knew that Wella wasn't simple, but she didn't think that she would be the person that man put by her side. Gu Xingyin didn't plan on exposing her. "Host." A voice sounded in Gu Xingyin's ears. Gu Xingyin hurriedly asked, "System, what's wrong?" The system's white light flashed, "Nothing, just sleeping for a while." Gu Xingyin suddenly asked, "System, tell me, did I lose a part of my memory?" The system was very honest, "Yes, host." Gu Xingyin's eyes sharpened, "Is it about my lover?" The system didn't say anything. Gu Xingyin already knew the system's way of doing things. His silence was a tacit agreement. Gu Xingyin asked, "Why did you erase my memory? Can you restore it for me?" The system replied, "Host, I'm very sorry. In this world, I can't restore your memory. Once the mission is over, you'll naturally remember everything." Gu Xingyin thought of the man who was so strong that it made her heart tremble. Is it related to him? It was obvious who she was referring to. The system once again replied with silence. Gu Xingyin fell silent. The system thought that the host was angry. After a while, it said, "Host, please don't think too much. Erasing your memory is out of kindness." Gu Xingyin was not angry. She understood the system well. After so many worlds, she had long regarded the system as her good partner. She knew that the system would not do anything to harm her. She was just wondering why it had to erase her memories of her lover. However, she didn't have any memory of this, so she couldn't find any trace of it. Her lover seemed to be very mysterious. Moreover, the system seemed to know of his existence. The system said that he would know everything after completing the mission. Gu Xingyin could only suppress his curiosity and wait for the moment when the secret would be revealed. She put all her heart and soul into completing the mission. The most important thing right now was to gather more fans and heal Angela's injuries as soon as possible. Gu Xingyin received a notification from Thomas that there would be a press conference for The Holy Ring next Monday. She had been specially told by Peter that she had to be there. This would also be the first time that Angela, who played Utana, appeared in public. Thomas attached great importance to Gu Xingyin's appearance this time. He wanted Princess Utana in the Holy Ring to be as beautiful as she was in the real world. Chapter 606. The venue of the press conference was already packed with fans. Their hands were filled with all kinds of posters and even banners. Gu Xingyin had met up with the main cast in advance. The moment Mortis saw her, he put on a hopeless expression. "It's over, Angela. I already have a feeling that I'm going to be abandoned by the fans today." Shock flashed through the eyes of the others, and a few actresses even joked, "Angela, I must sit further away from you today." As expected, when they entered the arena, they caused a huge wave of screams and screams. "Utana! Utana!" If you listened carefully, you would find that the fans' voices had drowned out the other voices. Gu Xingyin only felt that there was a lot of warm energy gathering towards her from all directions. She couldn't help but smile. There was a burst of gasps around. The media's shutters couldn't wait to use up all the film at this moment. Modi's was a little helpless. This was the first time she was so invisible since she became the movie queen. When the director and actors were seated, the media's opportunity came. Director Peter, where did you find Miss Angela? Miss Angela, you became famous with the movie The Holy Ring. What do you think about it? Director Peter, The Holy Ring is a big hit. How much do you think the global box office will be this time? Augustus, in the plot, Joshua has always been secretly in love with Princess Utana. Your deep affection in the movie moved countless people. May I ask, do you and Miss Angela hope to be a couple in real life? Miss Modis, I'm your fan. Do you think you can win the movie queen title again with The Holy Ring? Augustus and Modis were familiar with dealing with such situations. Needless to say, Peter was quite good at dealing with the media. Only Angela was a newcomer with no experience. When Augustus heard some questions, he looked at Gu Xingyin worriedly, worried that she couldn't handle it. However, it turned out that he was overthinking. Gu Xingyin maintained a gentle and decent smile on her face. When she encountered some questions that were really difficult to answer, she would directly wink at the reporter and act cute. The reporter was instantly dazed by her charm. When he came to his senses, he found that he had already been pushed far away by his peers. Augustus couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Only then did he remember that Angela was only an 18-year-old girl. When she was on the set, her maturity and hard work often made people forget her age. He didn't expect her to be so mischievous. Augustus's gentle smile was faithfully captured by the camera. The subsequent impact of this press conference was huge. Angela's name and the face that the media called Beauty of the Century once again swept across the headlines with an unstoppable attack. There was another piece of news that came along with this. The movie King Augustus and the popular newcomer Angela are suspected to be real. Augustus is affectionate, and Joshua and Princess Utana are connected in real life. Along with this headline, Angela was answering the reporter's question with a smile on her face. Augustus was looking at her from the side, and he didn't even try to hide the love and affection in his eyes. Chapter 607. Thomas called her immediately. Angela, you and Augustus? Gu Xingyin replied calmly, it's a rumor. Thomas was relieved. Angela had just stepped into the industry, and it wasn't a good thing to be involved in scandals so early. Unlike some newbies who needed to rely on scandals to increase their popularity, Angela had Kenner's support, and she didn't need to use such methods to lower her status. However, less than a minute later, Thomas heard a voice on the phone, I have a lover. Thomas's heart tightened. Who is it? How far have you two progressed? Gu Xingyin was about to answer when she suddenly said, come to my place tomorrow. She hung up the phone and smiled. Why are you here? The man who had appeared in her room looked at Gu Xingyin gently and said, I saw the news. Gu Xingyin blinked and said, so? The man opened his arms, and Gu Xingyin snuggled into his embrace. I'll hold a press conference tomorrow and announce that you're my fiancé. He wouldn't allow any man to covet her, not even scandals. Gu Xingyin smiled and said, okay. The next day, Thomas saw a man sitting on the sofa when he arrived at Gu Xingyin's apartment. He felt that this person looked familiar. The man introduced himself. Hello, I'm Gerald Byron. Angela's fiancé. Byron. Something flashed through Thomas's mind. He looked at the unbelievably young man in front of him in shock and matched him with an image in his mind. Thomas felt that he couldn't breathe properly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Byron, he said dryly. Thank you for taking care of Angela during this time. I'll talk to Mr. Matt. The Mr. Matt he was talking about was the president of Kenner Pictures. Thomas looked at Byron in front of him and then at Angela who was standing at the side. He suddenly understood everything. It was no wonder that Kenna had spent so much effort to groom such a newcomer. The owner behind Kenna was a subsidiary of the Byron Group. This was the future boss's lady boss. Who would dare to not treat her well? A smile quickly appeared on his face. Mr. Byron, you are too kind. Of course, we, Kenna, will do our best to support a talented actress like Ms. Angela. This time, I'm here to hold a press conference to officially announce my relationship with Angela. Tell Kenna to get ready. Gerald Byron threw a bombshell casually. Thomas was a little dizzy from the shock. He asked cautiously, then. Miss Angela, are you planning to pursue a long-term career in the film and television industry, or just for fun? He didn't ask. Gerald looked at Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin thought for a bit. Based on the current speed, this body's injuries would be healed in about 2 years. If it's just because you want to heal your body, I can do it for you. Yin, do you like it or not? His voice directly entered her mind. Was he just asking about her preferences? Gu Xingyin didn't want to stay in the entertainment industry if it wasn't for the mission. Chapter 608. Thomas left in a daze. At this moment, his feelings could not be described as not complicated. It was not easy to find a newcomer. Angela had the looks, acting skills, and background. She could definitely become a legend. Unfortunately, she did not want to be in this circle. More importantly, he could not persuade her with the attitude of a manager. When he thought about Angela's identity, and how he had a supportive relationship with her for a period of time, Thomas felt relieved after confirming that he had done his best to help Angela and had never neglected her because she was a newbie. If he could maintain a good relationship with her, even Kenna's people would have to be polite to him in the future. After Thomas left, Gu Xingyin looked at the man called Gerald in confusion. System, what is his identity? Gu Xingyin asked. The system's body lit up in white light. It was helpless. The host had asked it this question several times. Unfortunately, Gu Xingyin, who had all the memories related to that man sealed, did not realize it at all. Host, you can ask directly. If he is willing to tell you, he will tell you. Don't ask me, Yin. The man in front of her looked at her. His mouth did not move, but his voice was transmitted into her mind. This world is my selfishness. I can't wait until you are strong enough to be with me. The man looked at her quietly. Gu Xingyin saw the determination in his eyes. She gave up on her question and asked, do you know my real identity? The man knew that she was trying to understand him in a roundabout way. He did not care about her little thoughts and nodded, I know everything about you. Including this little thing. He looked at the system, who was preparing to play dead. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up, but the man covered her mouth. Don't ask any more. Treat this world as a vacation. Forget about the so-called mission and relax. Aren't you afraid of violating your character setting? No. Don't care about anything. The man nodded. What if I want to destroy this world? Gu Xingyin turned her eyes and asked. The man frowned slightly, as if he was seriously considering this question. If you like. Before he could finish, Gu Xingyin had already rushed over and hugged him. I'm so happy. For the first time, the man smiled in front of Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin never knew that a person could smile so beautifully. The media referred to the smile of Princess Utana, played by Angela, as the smile of God, but Gu Xingyin felt that the smile of the person in front of her was the real smile of God. As long as you're happy. The next day, Angela, who had become famous all over the world because of her role in the Holy Ring, held a press conference. I will retire from the entertainment industry. Angela, who was speaking, had a calm expression on her face. She did not look like the sweet and obedient girl that the media had seen. There was an uproar as countless reporters scrambled to throw out their questions. There's no reason. I don't want to. After Gu Xingyin said this, he left everyone dumbfounded. This should be the most willful declaration of retirement in history, right? Everyone thought in a daze. There was no lot of true feelings, no necessary reason, just a simple, I don't want to stay. She did not miss her current popularity and status. Whether it was the media or the fans, they were all waiting for Kenna's reaction. In their opinion, Kenna would never tolerate his artists doing such a thing. Chapter 609. However, they were disappointed. Kenna didn't make any statement or condemn them. It was as if they didn't see the willful press conference. As Angela's manager, Thomas acted as if he didn't know about this. However, the media didn't wait for a statement from Kenna Pictures, but a press conference from the Byron Group. The leader of the Byron Group, who had always lived in people's imagination, appeared in front of the public with Angela, who was as beautiful as an angel. What was going on? Some sharp-eyed people had already seen the same diamond rings on their fingers. The handsome man looked indifferent, as if he was an emperor looking down on everyone. And Angela, who was standing next to him, seemed to be a different person in everyone's eyes. In everyone's eyes, Angela was a girl with an innocent temperament. However, although her expression wasn't as cold as the man next to her, it had always been indifferent, as if the enthusiastic reporters and flashes didn't exist. To use an analogy, she was a sweet and innocent little princess before, but now she was a cold queen with a strong aura. Could it be that this was Angela's true face? Gerald didn't say much. He simply announced the marriage of the two. Both of them didn't want to communicate with the reporters, so they left their representatives to answer the media's questions. However, the media said that they still had a lot of questions waiting for the two to answer. The two representatives were obviously experienced, and they spoke in an official tone. There was no way to pry any useful information out of them. However, the two people involved were nowhere to be found. When he saw the news, Augustus was at a private party. People in their circle often had to attend all kinds of gatherings. For example, the people who could attend this small party were first-tier big shots in the circle. He stared at his phone in a daze. Modi's walked over. She was wearing a red dress today, and her flaming red lips were radiant. Come back to your senses, Augustus. Modi sighed in her heart and called out to her old friend. With her identity, she probably acted in the movie on a whim. Looking at her now, even the Angela we saw was just an illusory shadow. Anne. I know. Augustus raised his head and interrupted her words, smiling without any haze at all. You're underestimating me, Modi's. I'm fine. Modi's looked at him and shrugged. Okay, I hope so. After Modi's left, Augustus stopped smiling. Modi's understood him, so she left. He knew that she was going to get married. She and that Angela, he knew, were two different people. He used to think that he was very close to her, but in fact, she and he were from two different worlds. He knew all this, but his heart still hurt. Augustus raised his head and drank all the wine in his cup. Angela was like a gentle breeze. She quietly appeared in the holy ring, and when the holy ring ended, she silently disappeared from everyone's sight. What she left behind for everyone was a legend of beauty that no one could surpass. Chapter 610. A week after The Holy Ring aired, the album of the same name was also put on sale. At first, only some die-hard fans of the movie bought it, and most of them just wanted to keep it as a souvenir. However, after listening to it, when I bought this album, I was a little hesitant. After all, the price was not cheap for me, but I really liked this movie. But when the music started playing, I felt that it was really worth it. I feel like my body and mind were baptized by this music. I saw the list of singers, it's actually Angela. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the girl who shocked everyone in the movie had such talent. Unfortunately, no matter how many people liked her, no matter how many people called for her to come back under her handwriting, she never appeared in front of people again. She became a goddess in the hearts of countless people, and no one could surpass her. What was Gu Xingyin doing? She and Gerald went to all kinds of places that were rarely seen, such as the ice fields in the north, the deep sea in the south where no one had ever been, and the dangerous areas deep in the forest where there were pairs of fierce beasts. She didn't like places with a lot of people. Without the constraints of the mission, she didn't have to worry about being detected by the law. She could completely indulge herself and do whatever she wanted to do. Her appearance hadn't aged for 100 years, but Gerald's body was a real human. "You can play here for a while." Gerald looked at her. His face was full of wrinkles, but his aura was still not to be underestimated. Gu Xingyin didn't say anything. What was the point of staying in a place where he wasn't around? The moment Gerald left this world, Gu Xingyin said softly to the system, "Leave this world." In the blink of an eye, she returned to the pure white space. At the same time, the sealed memories returned to her mind. This time, she didn't immediately go to the next world. Instead, she frowned and asked, "System, why are my memories sealed?" She remembered that he once told her that in a world, there couldn't be two outsiders like them at the same time. But why did she only forget about him? Why didn't she forget everything? Why wasn't she expelled from that world? The system transmitted something directly into her mind. Just like what he said earlier, the laws of the world were very strict with each world. Outsiders with powerful souls like them were not welcomed by the laws of the world. Unless one was so powerful that the laws of the world could not do anything about it, once one was exposed, one would be directly expelled from a certain world like before. In order to be able to accompany her in every world, that person had sealed his soul power in every life, preventing the world's laws from noticing him. But just as he said, he was selfish. He wanted to see what Ain was like in the mission world while he remembered everything. Furthermore, he had to start over in every world, while Gu Xingyin had to bear all the memories of the two of them together. He felt sorry for his lover. In the end, he reached an agreement with the laws of this world. No one knew what he had done. The laws of this world no longer interfered with the affairs of the two of them. They even tacitly agreed that Gu Xingyin, an outsider, interfered with the fate of the creatures of this world. The only condition was to seal the memories of his lover. As for why the laws did this, it may only be known when Gu Xingyin became strong to a certain extent one day. Chapter 611. System, this won't be the same as last time, right? Before entering the next world, Gu Xingyin asked the system. "Don't worry, host." Having received the assurance, Gu Xingyin closed his eyes in relief and waited for the teleportation. This world was a female-dominated world where imperial power reigned supreme. Gu Xingyin's body was the eldest daughter of the Phoenix Emperor of the Heavenly Phoenix Dynasty, Feng Chang'e. It was said that the moment she was born, there was a natural phenomenon. Colorful clouds filled the sky and hundreds of birds gathered in the palace, singing loudly. The Phoenix Emperor was overjoyed and named her Chang'e as the crown prince. Ever since she was born, Feng Chang'e had been doted on by everyone. She didn't let down the expectations of the Phoenix Emperor and the Heavenly Monarch Dynasty's people. She was born with intelligence at an early age. She had an eidetic memory and an exceptional talent in martial arts. Even the Phoenix Emperor had always taught her as the crown prince. However, as her brothers and sisters were born one by one, the younger sisters who idolized their elder sister also had their own thoughts. Because of their different statuses and the fact that she was taught by the Phoenix Emperor alone, Feng Chang'e was not very close to her siblings, except for her own sister, Feng Minge, who was also one of the 8 daughters of the Phoenix Emperor. Feng Minge was 4 years younger than Feng Chang'e and loved to stick to her elder sister since she was young. Feng Chang'e loved this spoiled and spoiled sister very much. When Feng Chang'e was 14 years old, she was betrothed to Shi Qingyi, the eldest son of the Marquis of Wenyuan's Shi family. Feng Chang'e did not have any romantic feelings for this cousin who was 1 year younger than her. She was just following her mother's wishes to choose a crown prince who was beneficial to her. She had always been a perfect crown prince. She thought that she would slowly come into contact with the imperial court and become the new emperor of the Heavenly Phoenix Dynasty when her mother grew old. Something unexpected happened very quickly. When she and Shi Qingyi were dressed casually at the Lantern Festival, someone leaked the crown prince's whereabouts and they were met with a well-planned assassination. When the assassin's blade was about to touch Feng Chang'e's body, Shi Qingyi, who had been standing beside her, pushed her away and took the fatal blow himself. It was at that moment that Huang Chang'e placed this cousin and future emperor in his heart. She thought that she could not let down a person who was willing to die for her at a critical moment. Fortunately, Shi Qingyi was rescued. Huang Changge began to treat Shi Qingyi well. He told Shi Qingyi his secrets and even sent out the secret forces of the crown prince to ensure his safety. Huang Changge felt that if she succeeded the throne in the future, she must not be like her father. She did not want Shi Qingyi to be as unhappy as her father. However, before any of this could be realized, the imperial edict from the royal concubine arrived at the crown prince's palace. Feng Changge looked at the contents of the imperial edict in disbelief. She looked at the pile of secret letters found in the secret compartment of her study. There were even stolen goods where she cursed the Phoenix Emperor to die early. Finally, it was Shi Qingyi, who was standing behind the messenger. Feng Changge was imprisoned by the furious Phoenix sovereign. She had never understood why Shi Qingyi would betray her and frame her. Until Huang Mingge's arrival. The little girl who liked to tug on her sister's sleeve and act spoiled had grown into a beautiful and noble young lady. Sister, are you confused as to why cousin Qingyi would do that? Chapter 6:12. Huang Changge looked at her in shock and disappointment. Ever since she was imprisoned, she had been thinking about why Shi Qingyi would betray her. But no matter how she thought about it, she had never linked it to Huang Mingge. In Huang Changge's heart, her younger sister had always been a delicate flower that needed to be protected. Look, it's that look again. Huang Mingge looked at her with resentment and unwillingness. You're always looking down on your siblings and me, thinking that we should enjoy your kindness because you're the emperor's eldest daughter, the crown prince. But why? I am also the empress' eldest daughter, you were just born a few years earlier than me. Huang Mingge realized that she had lost control of her emotions. She reached out to tidy up her hair and said softly, Cousin Qingyi is the same. Cousin Qingyi is so outstanding, but you only used him as a tool to strengthen your position through marriage. I like him so much. Tell me, how can I be willing to accept this? Huang Changge said softly, so you worked together with him to put on such a show during the Lantern Festival. She was not stupid. In fact, she was very smart. But Huang Changge had trusted Shi Qingyi and her younger sister too much in the past. She never thought that one day, she would be stabbed by the person she trusted the most. Huang Changge closed her eyes. She did not want to say anything more. That man, he did not see how devoted she had been to him for such a long time. This younger sister, she had always been obedient to her since they were young. She thought that it was charity. For some people, even if you cut out your heart for them, they would still despise you. Huang Mingge looked at Huang Changge with resentment. She was like this. Even if she was imprisoned, even if the empress despised her, she was still so arrogant. Even if Huang Mingge did not want to admit it, Huang Changge was born with a different temperament from ordinary people. In addition, she had been raised as a noble in the world for more than 10 years. None of her siblings, including herself, could compare to her. This was one of the reasons why she hated her. With such an outstanding successor in front of her, the empress did not have any other children in her eyes. She gave all her hopes and motherly love to her eldest daughter. Huang Changge suddenly opened his eyes. I would like to ask, does father know about this? Huang Mingge sneered, at this time, father has been kneeling in Mother Empress' palace, pleading for you. Huang Changge was relieved. No matter what, not everyone in this world had abandoned her. Huang Mingge took out a dagger from her sleeve. Huang Changge, don't worry. Don't come out for the rest of your life. Father, I will take good care of it for you. I will also govern this empire well for you. She smiled and stabbed the dagger into her stomach without hesitation. Huang Changge, who was imprisoned in the Crown Prince Palace, suddenly went crazy and stabbed his sister, the Eighth Highness, who had gone to visit him out of worry. Now, the Eighth Highness was still unconscious. The Phoenix Emperor was furious, and from then on, he completely gave up on this eldest daughter of his. She issued an imperial edict, stripping Huang Changge of her position as the Crown Prince. She left her to fend for herself in the cold palace, and no one was allowed to visit her. A former crown prince who was despised by the phoenix and could not make a comeback, it was easy to imagine what kind of treatment he would receive. In less than 2 years, Huang Changge died of illness in the palace. Chapter 613. Gu Xingyin snapped out of her daze and realized that she was lying on a soft couch. She sat up and casually glanced at her surroundings. This was a palace. The decorations in the palace were all rare treasures. It was extravagant and luxurious. This was Gu Xingyin's evaluation. Crown Princess Feng Changge's palace. Looking at the side palace, it was clear that the Phoenix Emperor's love for her eldest daughter was not in vain. Shi Qingyi had reported her and the Phoenix Emperor had locked her up in the palace in a fit of anger. The Phoenix Emperor still had high hopes for her daughter. She had always treated her as her successor. This empire would be hers sooner or later. She did not believe that her eldest daughter would do such a stupid thing. Even though Gu Xingyin was locked up, no one dared to shortchange her of the crown princess's allowance. Feng Changge stood up. She wasn't wearing shoes. The floor was covered with a thick layer of lamb wool that was offered by the Western shepherd. It was very soft and comfortable. Calculating the time, it was about time for Huang Minge to show off in front of her. System. Draw the ability of a random world, Gu Xingyin said. The system's white light flashed. Okay, host. The dark energy of the blood kindred? Gu Xingyin was not very happy, because, can I use the dark magic of the blood kindred? She asked cautiously. No, host. It is beyond the range of this world's martial arts. Gu Xingyin, I am already familiar with the system's tricks. I know that things are not that simple. The system continued, host can still use some of the blood kindred's special abilities, such as rapid healing of wounds. You can also use the blood kindred queen's seduction. However, the effect will be limited and will not be as powerful. In short, it had to be within the range of a human. Better than nothing. Gu Xingyin nodded. Huang Minge was coming. She had to think about how to deal with this good sister. 3 days later, Huang Minge came as expected. Walking in the clear Phoenix Palace, which symbolized the status of the crown princess, Huang Minge could not help but feel indignant. There was clear evidence of Huang Changge's intentions towards the empress, but the empress only locked her up. She even allowed her to live in the clear Phoenix Palace, which symbolized her status and identity. Mother Empress, you are really too biased. She lowered her eyes, hiding her disbelief, and walked into the palace. She pushed the door open and saw Huang Changge sitting in front of a desk fiddling with a vase of flowers. She could not suppress the anger in her heart. Because he was imprisoned in the palace, Huang Changge was dressed very casually. He didn't wear the fiery red phoenix robe that symbolized his status as the crown prince. Instead, he wore a simple white robe. She didn't have any complicated and luxurious accessories on her body. Even her long hair was simply tied up with a silver white ribbon. Huang Changge had never had Changge looked Huang Minge. In her impression, this elder sister of hers was always dressed in a robe that symbolized the status of the crown prince, luxurious and majestic beyond compare. She always felt that no matter who it was, they would be able to display the noble bearing of a royal family. Huang Changge's unparalleled aura, which was praised by others, was only displayed by the most noble of clothes. But Huang Changge used reality to tell her that some people did not need clothes. Chapter 614. Even though she was dressed in plain clothes and black hair, it could not hide the noble and dignified aura that Huang Changge exuded. She was currently placing her hands on a few flower branches in the vase. Her slender and fair fingers were resting on the bright red flowers. There was a kind of soul-stirring beauty to it. Huang Minge lowered her head and looked at herself. Today, when she came to see Huang Changge, she had specially dressed up. She wanted to use her own success to stimulate Huang Changge. But now, she was the one who was stimulated. Minge. Huang Changge looked up and saw her. She seemed very happy. Are you here to see me? Huang Chang'e had perfectly inherited her mother's magnificent and dignified beauty. In terms of appearance, she was the most outstanding among her siblings. When she smiled, Huang Mingge felt that the entire hall seemed to light up. This made Huang Mingge even more depressed. Why was Huang Chang'e so lucky? She sneered, "That's right, my sister. I am here to see you." Huang Chang'e stopped smiling. She could tell that this sister of hers did not come with good intentions. She was a little disappointed and said lightly, "Mingge, are you here to laugh at me?" Huang Mingge sneered, "Huang Chang'e, do you think that you still have a chance to turn things around?" Huang Chang'e looked at her in disbelief. It was as if this was the first time she had met this sister that she had loved since she was young. This girl who looked at her coldly and looked at her with disgust was actually Mingge. Or was this her true self? Huang Chang'e felt that her life all these years was a joke. Her cousin, who had always treated her well, had betrayed her. Her sister, who had always doted on her, was just a hypocrite. She put away her thoughts and said lightly, "What do you want to do?" Huang Mingge smiled and said, "Of course, I am here to tell you something. I can't let my good sister not know how she became like this, right?" She started to tell her when she had reached an agreement with Shi Qingyi. She also told her how she had placed the so-called evidence in her secret places. One by one, one by one. Even though Gu Xingyin already knew the truth, but when she heard Huang Mingge's boastful tone, she still felt an indescribable anger. She listened to every word without missing a single word, and her expression remained calm. "So, what do you want to do today?" "Mingge." Huang Mingge looked at her strangely, "Don't you feel angry? Don't you feel hatred? Aren't you disappointed?" Huang Chang'e glanced at her indifferently and did not answer her. Huang Mingge stood up and walked quickly to Huang Chang'e. Yes, that was it. Even though she was now suspected by the Queen Mother and imprisoned, she still looked at him with that arrogant look on her face. She remembered her purpose for coming here today, and her gaze became extremely fierce. "Huang Chang'e, aren't you relying on the fact that the Empress dotes on you? Today, I will not let you have the chance to make a comeback." At this moment, Huang Chang'e suddenly raised his head. She looked at Huang Mingge without blinking and said softly, "You hate me." Huang Mingge suddenly paused. She felt that there was a strange charm in Huang Chang'e's voice. She laughed coldly and said, "Yes, I hate you." Huang Chang'e continued, "You can't wait to kill me with a knife." Huang Mingge revealed a strange smile, "Yes, I can't wait to kill you with a knife." Without hesitation, she took out the knife that she had hidden in her sleeve and stabbed it towards Gu Xingyin. Chapter 6:15. Gu Xingyin slowly fell to the ground as she felt the cold blade piercing her body. However, Huang Mingge let go of her hand as if she was scalded. She looked at the blood on her wound in a daze. She had wanted to put on a show, but why couldn't she control herself? All she wanted to do was to make Huang Chang'e disappear. She lowered her head and looked at the unconscious Huang Chang'e. Her heart was in a mess. What should she do? It was no secret that she had entered Clear Phoenix Palace. Now that Huang Chang'e had become like this, everyone would suspect her. There must be a way. Yes, there must be a way. She even looked coldly at the unconscious Huang Chang'e on the ground. This was a great opportunity. If Huang Chang'e didn't wake up, "Your Highness, the immortal dew flower tea you ordered." The door opened and Huang Chang'e's head made by Xan walked in with something. She was stunned by the situation in the hall. The tray in her hand fell to the ground and the crisp sound of porcelain cups falling to the ground could be heard. "Your Highness." Someone. Huang Mingge panicked and knew that the best time had passed. There were a lot of messy footsteps around him. There were also people talking. He could vaguely hear a dignified female voice questioning something. So noisy. Gu Xingyin was a little depressed. She wanted to open her eyes but the weakness in her body made her unable to move. Darkness came and she fell into a deep sleep once again. At the same time, the woman in luxurious clothes who had been guarding the bed looked at her eldest daughter who was still motionless. She turned her head and questioned the imperial physician. Didn't you say that Chang'e is out of danger? Why hasn't she woken up? The imperial physician who was called was a thin middle-aged woman. She replied, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is indeed fine. As for why he hasn't woken up, it might be because he lost too much blood. Her back was also drenched in cold sweat. That stab had hit her vitals. At that time, all the imperial physicians in the imperial hospital had been called over by the furious Her Majesty the Phoenix Emperor. If my Chang'e doesn't wake up, all of you can go and accompany her. Fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince was blessed by the heavens. Even with such a fatal injury, he miraculously escaped from danger. However, he still hadn't woken up. The imperial physician was also secretly complaining. If His Highness still didn't wake up, she was afraid that she would be torn to pieces by the furious Phoenix Emperor. When the Phoenix Emperor heard the imperial physician mention that he had lost too much blood, a cold glint flashed through his long and narrow eyes. Outside the Sky Phoenix Palace's hall, the 8th prince, Huang Minge, was kneeling. She glanced at her pale and bloodless eldest daughter lying on the bed. She coldly ordered the palace servants and imperial physicians to take good care of her, then she got up and went to the outer room. Huang Minge had already been kneeling outside the palace for 2 days and 2 nights. Every day, countless palace servants and ministers would pass by the heavenly Phoenix Palace. Huang Minge knew that these people might be secretly discussing about her. She felt incomparably ashamed, but she did not dare to get up. That day, the Phoenix Emperor, who had received the news, hurried over. She wanted to go over and defend herself, but the phoenix was furious and directly slapped her face. You useless thing, go kneel outside the palace and reflect on your actions. Her face was burning as she watched Huang Chang'e being carried by her own mother and escorted by everyone to Her Majesty's Sky Phoenix Palace. I will remember today's humiliation. Chapter 6:16. 8th Princess, Her Majesty summons you to enter. A palace servant walked to her side. Huang Minge heaved a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that she was allowed to stand up. She stood up shakily, and she even fell down again because her legs were too weak. The palace servant beside her stood quietly with his hands by his side. If it was any other time, someone would have already rushed over to help her up. A bunch of people who stepped on the weak. She forced herself to stand up and even smiled at the palace servant. Sorry for the trouble. After speaking, she slowly walked towards Heavenly Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Emperor was sitting on the main seat in the side hall, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea in her hand. Huang Minge walked very slowly. Because she had not drunk a drop of water for 2 days, her complexion looked very bad. Her usually rosy lips were even dry and cracked. When had the 8th princess, who had always been doted on, suffered like this? Huang Minge's weak and powerless appearance did not arouse the Phoenix Emperor's pity. Her Chang'e was still lying unconscious on the bed. Huang Minge saw that her mother did not even look at her with pity. She hated it in her heart and obediently knelt down. She had always been like this. Other than Huang Chang'e, no one else could obtain her true love. To her other children, she had always been a high and mighty monarch. She was even stingy with a smile. Only in front of the eldest princess, Huang Chang'e, would she be an ordinary mother. Since Huang Minge was born, she knew that her biological sister, who was the crown prince, was different from her. She did not live with her. She lived in the most honorable Heavenly Phoenix Palace since she was young and was personally taught by her mother who did not smile. It was only until she was 14 years old that she moved into the Clear Phoenix Palace, which symbolized the identity of the crown prince. Mother Empress, I know my mistake. Huang Minge came back to her senses and admitted her mistake. The Phoenix Emperor's hand paused and she placed the teacup on the table. The teacup and the table made a crisp sound. Tell me, what crimes have you committed? Her cold voice came down from the top. Huang Minge had already thought of a set of excuses in these 2 days. That day, I was prepared to reason with my sister. Imperial Mother, you dote on her so much, yet she actually did such a thing. This son is angry and wants to question her. Instead, he started arguing with big sister behind us. As she spoke, tears fell from her eyes. Mother Empress, I was wrong. I was just angry that elder sister let you down. I don't know why, the Phoenix Emperor looked down at his daughter. Because they were twin sisters, his 8 daughters looked very similar to Chang'e. But Chang'e never had such an expression. Even when she was found out to have framed her, she still kept her back straight. She was always the most proud and satisfied crown princess. So you only wanted to seek justice for me, but in the end, you ended up using a knife on your own sister? The Phoenix Emperor's voice was very calm. Huang Mingge couldn't tell if she believed her words. I watched Chang'e grow up. No one knows her skills better than I do. If I didn't have absolute trust in my only biological sister, how could I let her succeed? Mother Empress, I usually use this knife for self-defense. I only wanted to use it to scare elder sister. I didn't really want to use it. Huang Mingge knew that she couldn't avoid bringing a weapon into the Clear Phoenix Palace. She could only hope that after all these years, the Empress still had some mother-daughter feelings for her and chose to believe her. Chapter 617. The Phoenix Emperor didn't say anything. Huang Mingge knelt down anxiously. She knew the methods of her Empress mother. Other than her elder sister, who could still enjoy a trace of warmth from her, no one else would be able to get much affection from her. At this time, the Phoenix Emperor's personal maid came in happily. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is awake. Joy flashed across the Phoenix Emperor's face. Chang'e is awake. She stood up and looked at Huang Mingge kneeling on the ground. I'll go see Chang'e. As for you, let's see what Chang'e wants. A gust of cold wind blew past Huang Mingge's face. It seemed to chill her to the bone. Chang'e meant, she thought that Huang Chang'e would never be able to make a comeback in this life, so she told her the truth. How could she let her go? Huang Mingge went limp. Gu Xingyin felt pain all over her body. In order not to arouse the Phoenix Emperor's suspicion, she didn't let the system block the pain. Chang'e. The familiar scent of phoenix tail entered Gu Xingyin's nose. She knew that the Phoenix Emperor was here. The Phoenix Emperor had never seen his daughter in such a weak and powerless state. Her face was pale, and there wasn't a trace of blood on her lips. Gu Xingyin suddenly stretched out an arm and hugged the Phoenix Emperor's waist. Mother Empress, I'm in pain, don't move. The Phoenix Emperor's body stiffened. Was Chang'e acting coquettishly to her? This feeling was very novel to her. Her motherly love and tenderness were almost all given to her eldest daughter. However, Chang'e had worshipped her mother since she was a child. She couldn't wait to learn from her mother's every word and action. As a result, she had an unapproachable appearance at a young age. Although this was more in line with the temperament of an imperial heir, it lacked some innocence. The Phoenix Emperor's voice unconsciously softened. I'll ask the imperial physician to boil some painkillers for you. Don't move, be careful not to hurt your wound. Gu Xingyin nodded obediently. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked at her. Mother Empress, I have a lot to say to you. She looked pale and weak at this moment, and her eyes were full of dependence and admiration. The Phoenix Emperor didn't want to reject her at all. She sent everyone out, giving the mother and daughter some space to talk in private. Gu Xingyin wanted to sit up, but the Phoenix Emperor reached out to stop her. I already told you not to move. She bent over and pulled out a few pillows from the other side. She placed them behind Gu Xingyin's back so that she could lift her body up slightly. In the entire Heavenly Phoenix country, there was only one person who could enjoy the personal service of the Phoenix Monarch. Gu Xingyin sighed in his heart. The Phoenix Emperor truly loved his daughter, Huang Chang'e. If it wasn't for the fact that Huang Chang'e's personality was too cold and arrogant in the original plot, she wouldn't have been able to accept the fact that her mother didn't trust her and didn't try to explain herself. This pair of mother and daughter with similar personalities wouldn't have ended up in that situation. Gu Xingyin stared at the Phoenix Queen and suddenly said, Mother, I didn't do those things. She didn't say what those things were, but the two of them knew what she was referring to. The gentleness on the Phoenix Emperor's face disappeared. She looked at her daughter carefully. She didn't know why she chose to talk about this matter at this time. In the end, she was the Empress's woman. She would never look at things so simply. Gu Xingyin thought in her heart. She didn't seem to notice the Phoenix Emperor's expression and slowly said, "I didn't want to explain myself at first. I thought that Mother Empress would understand me. But now, I understand." Chapter 618. She smiled faintly and didn't look at the Phoenix Monarch's expression. She continued, "When I was stabbed by Minga, I really thought that I would never wake up. At that time, I thought that if I were to die now, I would definitely be unwilling to accept it. I have yet to prove my innocence. If I were to die, in your eyes, I would be a greedy and disrespectful daughter. How wronged would that be?" She raised her eyes and looked at the Phoenix Monarch. "Regardless of whether you think that I am putting on an act or revealing my true feelings, I still have to say it. Your son, Feng Changge, has always been loyal to you. I have never had any disloyal, disrespectful, disobedient, or unfilial thoughts." The Phoenix Monarch didn't speak for a long time. She stared into Gu Xingyin's eyes, as if she wanted to see if she was speaking the truth from her eyes. Gu Xingyin allowed her to look at her with a magnanimous expression. After a long while, the Phoenix Monarch finally sighed. She bent down and pulled up Gu Xingyin's blanket a little. "If your body isn't well, don't think so much. It hurts your mind." Gu Xingyin's eyes immediately lit up. She looked at the Phoenix Monarch with an extremely affectionate gaze. "Your daughter's mind isn't hurt. Your daughter is happy." She paused for a moment and continued, "When your daughter's injuries recover, I will definitely personally find all the evidence to prove my innocence." She knew that the Phoenix Monarch didn't believe her and had already ordered people to investigate countless times. However, the results all pointed to clear Phoenix Palace. Thus, she could only be placed under house arrest. However, Gu Xingyin, who had God's sight, could easily find a breakthrough. As long as there was a breakthrough, the Phoenix Monarch's secret guards would be able to uncover the truth and accurately find the mastermind. The Phoenix Monarch didn't continue on this topic. Instead, she changed the topic. "Changge, what do you plan to do?" She clearly saw that when she asked this question, Changge's eyes, which had just brightened up, dimmed again. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes, as if hiding the pain in them. She didn't say much. She only said softly, "Mother, I don't want to see her again." She didn't mention what Huang Minge had done to her, nor did she mention the conversation she had with Huang Minge. Because there were only the two of them at that time, there was no evidence for whatever she said. As long as Huang Minge denied it, Gu Xingyin had no way to prove the truth. She might as well directly express her dislike for Huang Minge. With the Phoenix King's thoughts, of course, he would want to know what had happened to Make Xing, who had always loved his sister as much as his life, unwilling to even look at her. As expected, the Phoenix Emperor didn't ask any more questions. She said, "Attempting to murder the Crown Prince is a serious crime. Changge, I leave the choice to you." Gu Xingyin was silent for a long time. "Mother Empress, Minge is still young. Send someone to teach her well." The Phoenix Emperor snorted. "You're too weak." Gu Xingyin smiled bitterly. "But she's Minge. For the past 14 years, I've treated her just like how you treat me, Mother Empress." He couldn't bear to be ruthless. "All right, you should have a good rest." The Phoenix Monarch left. Gu Xingyin quietly closed her eyes and lay on the bed. The Phoenix Monarch said that the decision she made was too weak. However, she was more at ease with such a loyal person. If she really took Huang Minge's life ruthlessly, the Phoenix Monarch would probably think that she was too cold-blooded. She was the Phoenix Monarch of this dynasty before she was her mother. Chapter 619. The Phoenix Emperor walked out of the side hall. Huang Minge was still standing there. She didn't dare to leave. She was waiting for a result. She didn't know what the result would be. To be on the safe side, she even secretly sent someone to the inviting Phoenix Palace to invite her father over. If the Empress was too angry, her father should be able to console her, right? The Phoenix Emperor looked at her eighth daughter who was standing respectfully. For the first time, she felt that she had never seen through her. Among all her children, other than Chang'e, Minga was the one she doted on the most. She was born in a noble family and knew how to act spoiled. She looked sweet and pleasant. Whenever she got something good, she would remember to leave a portion for her daughter. She always thought that Huang Minga was still the innocent little girl in her memory. But no little girl would send a knife into her own sister's body. Moreover, what did she say to Chang'e that day? What made Chang'e reveal such a pained and hateful expression when she heard her name? She didn't speak for a long time. This made Huang Minga even more nervous. No matter how mature and shrewd she was only a 14-year-old girl. She felt that Huang Chang'e must have said something bad about her to the Empress. If it were him who encountered such a situation, he would probably cut the other party into 1,000 pieces before he would be satisfied. She said nervously to the Phoenix Emperor, "Empress Mother, I know that sister must be very angry with me now. It's reasonable for her to want to kill me. But right now, she's just angry." She suddenly couldn't continue speaking because she was looking at the Phoenix Emperor's half-smiling face. Looking carefully, there was a trace of mockery and pity. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had guessed wrongly? The Phoenix Emperor pitied her eldest daughter Chang'e. She couldn't bear to hurt Huang Minga even though she had been hurt. But this girl in front of her didn't understand her sister's good intentions at all. She didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, she was trying to absolve herself. She said slowly, "Chang'e said that you're still young. She's afraid that you've been deceived by evil people. She said that you should find a teacher to teach you." Huang Minga felt a boom in her head. She thought to herself, "I'm done for." Perhaps the Empress Mother would not blame him for his sister's sake, but her impression of him in her heart had dropped to the lowest point. What would the Empress think of a daughter who didn't feel the slightest bit of remorse for stabbing her elder sister and even tried to exonerate herself? Huang Minga felt that it must be Huang Chang'e. She must know what she would do, so she pretended to be magnanimous and said those words. She had fallen into her trap without knowing the reason and was despised by the Empress. She had never thought about what she should do if she really felt guilty. The Phoenix Monarch did not misjudge her at all. She was such a selfish person. "His Royal Highness is here." Following the palace servant's voice, the Lord of the Phoenix in a luxurious robe walked in. The imperial concubine was a man as elegant as bamboo. He seemed to be in a hurry. When he saw the imperial concubine, he did not even have the time to bow and hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, are you going to blame Minga?" When the Phoenix Emperor heard this, he turned his head to look at the pale Feng Minga and smiled faintly. "Your Highness, you worry too much. I just went to see Chang'e. She is very protective of Minga." The imperial concubine was relieved when he heard this. Only then did he realize that he had overstepped his boundaries. He was about to apologize when he heard the Phoenix Emperor's words. "Minga is not young anymore. I plan to find a day to open a residence for her and find a good teacher to teach her well." Huang Minga looked at the Phoenix Emperor in disbelief. Was he giving up on her? Chapter 620. The princes and princesses of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty all lived in the palace unless they got married. Some of the favored princesses could even continue to live in the palace after they got married. She was only 14 years old and was let out of the palace in advance. It was tantamount to the Phoenix Queen telling the world that she didn't like her daughter. What kind of future would he have in the future if he was like this? She looked to the Phoenix Lord for help. The Phoenix Lord couldn't bear to let her go. His eldest daughter had been taught by the Phoenix Queen since she was young and moved to Clear Phoenix Palace after she turned 14. Although they were close, she wasn't as caring as his youngest daughter. He couldn't accept the Phoenix Queen's order. But before he could say anything, the Phoenix Queen said, "Have you ever thought that you have another daughter who is lying in my heavenly Phoenix Palace and almost didn't wake up? The Phoenix Lord didn't say anything. Both were his own flesh and blood. Moreover, his youngest daughter had gone too far this time. The Phoenix Lord glanced at his youngest daughter and his eyes dimmed. "Your Majesty, I heard that Chang'e has woken up. I want to see her." The Phoenix Queen naturally allowed it. The Phoenix Lord's usually high-spirited eldest daughter was now lying in bed pale and weak. He wanted to ask her to plead for his youngest daughter, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He could only comfort Gu Xingyin and tell her to take good care of herself. Then, he took Huang Minga back to inviting Phoenix Palace. No one knew what the Phoenix Lord and the 8th Prince talked about in inviting Phoenix Palace. They only knew that the usually gentle His Royal Highness lost his temper that day and even smashed his cup. In short, neither the Phoenix Queen nor the Phoenix Lord saw the 8th Prince off on the day he left the palace. Gu Xingyin smiled. How could a person who could become the Phoenix Lord and remain in favor for so many years be easy to deal with? Huang Minga's little tricks were nothing in front of the Phoenix Lord. And as the Phoenix Lord, he knew which of his 2 daughters was the guarantee of his honor in the future. He would never allow anyone to try to destroy or shake Huang Chang'e's position. Even if it was his youngest daughter. Huang Minga's life had been going too smoothly. Hence, she was a little smart and felt that she was unparalleled in the world. Gu Xingyin was going to wait and see. She was going to wait until she lost everything she relied on, bit by bit. When that happened, what else would she use to fight against her? Gu Xingyin was finally allowed to move after recuperating for half a month. After recuperating for another half a month, the imperial physician said that there were no major problems with her daily activities. She just needed to be more careful. The first thing she did was to ask the Phoenix to move out of Heavenly Phoenix Palace. "We'll talk about it after you've recovered," the Phoenix Emperor said without even raising her head. Gu Xingyin tugged on the Phoenix Emperor's sleeve, not allowing her to continue writing. The Phoenix Emperor raised his head helplessly. Ever since his eldest daughter was injured, she had become more and more clingy and coquettish. Although it was a good feeling, what about the dignity of the Crown Prince? The Phoenix Emperor said in a sweet voice. "Forget it." Chang'e was still the noble Crown Prince in front of the other officials. If she was only like this in front of the Phoenix Emperor, it wouldn't be a big problem. Her Majesty the Phoenix Emperor made such a decision. Children who knew how to act coquettishly and throw tantrums would get candy. This was what Gu Xingyin had learned after completing so many tasks. It turned out that it was really useful. Chapter 621. I've been staying in Heavenly Phoenix Palace for more than half a month. I don't know what the officials outside are saying. Now that I've recovered, please let me move back. The Phoenix Emperor looked at her daughter. Other than her, there was no one else who could make her worry so much. Okay. But I'll let Huan Exan keep an eye on you. You have to stay in the palace during this period of time and think about other things after you've recovered. Okay. Gu Xingyin moved back to Clear Phoenix Palace the next day. Following that, the Phoenix Emperor released her from confinement in Clear Phoenix Palace. Of course, to the current Gu Xingyin, this order was useless. The Phoenix Emperor really placed Huan Exan, the head steward of the inner court, by Gu Xingyin's side. Aunt Huan Exan, I promise to take medicine on time and take good care of my body. You'd better return to Mother Empress's side. You've served her for so many years. She won't be used to your absence, Gu Xingyin said. Huan Exan smiled. Before this servant came, Her Majesty said that this servant must take care of Your Highness Crown Prince's recovery. Don't worry, Qing Exan is with Her Majesty. Huan Exan and Qing Exan were the most capable aunts by the Phoenix Emperor's side. Gu Xingyin spent another period of time being treated like porcelain. She drank several bowls of tasteless medicine every day and was watched by everyone in Clear Phoenix Palace. If there was any big movement, they would be so frightened that they would come forward to stop her, for fear that something would happen to her. Fortunately, this body's recovery ability was top-notch. After another half a month, the imperial physician finally announced that His Highness Crown Prince was fine. Gu Xingyin was finally allowed to leave the palace. The first thing she did was to investigate the whereabouts of the people around Shi Qingyi. She knew Shi Qingyi. This person looked like an otherworldly immortal on the surface, but in reality, he was very ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something like slandering Huang Chang'e for having rebellious thoughts. No matter what he did, there would always be loopholes. As expected, after the incident with the crown prince had passed for so long, he probably felt that the situation wasn't so tense anymore and started to clean up the mess. Originally, there was no need for this. However, during this period of time, the crown prince, who was rumored to have been imprisoned by the Phoenix Emperor, had regained the Phoenix Emperor's favor. This made Shi Qingyi very terrified. He and the crown prince had completely fallen out. Once the crown prince regained power, he would definitely seek him out to settle the score. As long as she can't find any evidence, then I'll deny it no matter what. I'll just say that I found some clues and was worried about my emperor, so I went to report her. This way, he could show his loyalty to the Phoenix Emperor. At most, he would be hated by the crown prince. In Phoenix City, Huang Chang'e did not have the ability to control everything. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to eliminate all future troubles. The first to suffer was Chuanfu, who had grown up with Shi Qingyi since she was a child. As Shi Qingyi's confidant, he knew almost everything about her. In the case of Huang Chang'e, most of the things were done by him. Chuanfu had grown up with Shi Qingyi, so he knew very well what kind of person Shi Qingyi was. He had long expected that he would be abandoned one day, so he had already chosen a way out for himself. Before Shi Qingyi could make a move, Chuanfu had bribed the servants of Marquis Wenyuan's residence and quietly ran away with some gold, silver, and valuables. Gu Xingyin had already ordered people to keep an eye on Marquis Wenyuan's residence. When Chuanfu ran away, he fell into her trap. Chapter 622. Chuanfu. When Chuanfu saw where he was taken to, his heart was filled with grief. He knew the crown prince. Not only did he know him, but he was also very familiar with him. In fact, he always felt that the crown prince treated his master very well. When his master chose to cooperate with the eighth prince, he even advised him not to do so. Why would his master not be satisfied when he didn't want to be the future empress? Unfortunately, Shi Qingyi didn't listen to him. He was afraid that even if he died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough for what he did with Shi Qingyi. Chuanfu made up his mind and was about to kill himself. Think carefully before you do anything. Gu Xingyin looked at him and said lightly. The people in the carriage in front of the tea house at the city gate are your wife and your 2-year-old son, right? Chuanfu suddenly raised his head. He had been very secretive about this matter. How did this person find out? His eyes suddenly became confused. He only felt that the crown prince's voice was very pleasant. Tell me everything you've done honestly. I promise that if your family didn't participate in this matter, I will keep them safe. Chuanfu unconsciously took these words to heart. He was going to die anyway. If he didn't say anything, his master wouldn't let him go. If he told the truth, the crown prince might promise to keep his family safe. Gu Xingyin quietly waited for his reply. She knew that he would promise her. Sure enough. Chuanfu suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Your Highness, can you really keep your promise? Can you really keep my wife and son safe? Gu Xingyin didn't say anything. Bai Xian, who was standing beside her, said, Who do you think you are? How dare you question our Highness? Chuanfu shrank back and finally opened his mouth. One by one, it started from his young master's plan to assassinate and rescue. Later, his young master gained Huang Chang'e's trust and secretly did something in her palace. Finally, he righteously reported it. Shi Qingyi had always been hypocritical towards Huang Chang'e. After Chuanfu finished speaking, he added, This lowly one only knew that young master was working with someone else, but that person's identity was very mysterious. This lowly one didn't know her identity until a few days ago. He carefully raised his head and looked at Gu Xingyin. The person who conspired with my young master is your sister, Her Highness the 8th Princess. The Crown Prince didn't seem to be as angry as he had imagined. He didn't seem to have much of a reaction when he heard the news. Didn't she have the best relationship with His Highness the 8th Prince? No one would feel good about being betrayed by the person closest to them, right? Chuan Fu was puzzled, but he did not dare to ask. I'll send someone to verify every single word you've said. If there's any falsehood in your words, Chuan Fu said hurriedly, if there is any falsehood in my words, I will make sure that I die a horrible death. Men! Gu Xingyin called out loudly. Someone came in from outside. Take him away and watch him carefully. Don't let him suffer any losses. Yes. Gu Xingyin rubbed her eyes tiredly. Bai Xian, who was beside her, quickly came over to give her a massage. She was also a little nervous. It was not suitable for her to know about this kind of thing today. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who will get rid of someone once they've outlived their usefulness. Gu Xingyin seemed to know what she was thinking and said lightly. Chapter 623. When Gu Xingyin sent someone to verify Chuan Fu's words, the Phoenix Emperor in Heavenly Phoenix Palace also received the news. Your Majesty, do you need me to bring that person here? The leader of the secret guards asked. The Phoenix Emperor's expression turned cold. Chang'e can handle this kind of thing. You don't need to make a decision on your own. The leader of the secret guard's heart tightened. He replied, yes. So the Emperor's trust in the Crown Prince had reached this level. With the evidence provided by Chuan Fu, it was not difficult for the people of Clear Phoenix Palace to find out the truth. Gu Xingyin held the results of the investigation and did not speak for a long time. She went to Heavenly Phoenix Palace in the afternoon. Only this. The Phoenix Emperor looked at the evidence sent by her eldest daughter. The mastermind behind everything was Shi Qingyi. But he was just the son of a minister. Without the help of others, how could he have done this? Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes. Son only found this. Pa! The Phoenix Emperor slammed the things in her hands on the table. Chang'e, how did I teach you since you were young? The Phoenix Emperor looked coldly at her eldest daughter who she had high hopes for. As a ruler, the most taboo thing is to be soft-hearted. This time, I won't argue with you. Whether you really can't find out or don't want to continue investigating, I won't pursue it. I'll do as you wish and end it here. But Chang'e, this is definitely the last time. Gu Xingyin opened her mouth but did not say anything in the end. She respectfully retreated. The room returned to silence. The Phoenix Emperor closed her eyes tiredly. Huan Xian tactfully came over and gently massaged her shoulders. His Highness the Crown Prince has a pure heart. Your Majesty, this is because you taught him well. The Phoenix Emperor said helplessly, you don't have to speak up for her. I don't believe that she can't see that there's someone behind this. She clearly doesn't want to continue investigating. There were only 3 people in the entire Heavenly Emperor dynasty who could make Chang'e swallow this pain and still protect them. Fine, this time, I'll do as you wish. You still have hopes for brotherly affection. I won't be the bad guy. I only hope that the person you cherish in your heart can really understand your pains. Or else, Phoenix opened her eyes and a cold glint flashed across her eyes. Let me clear these obstacles for you. Gu Xingyin returned to her Clear Phoenix Palace. System, am I especially bad? Gu Xingyin asked. She clearly knew who the mastermind behind the scenes was, but deliberately pretended that she didn't want to pursue the matter. With the Phoenix Emperor's intelligence, she only needed to make a little deduction to know who she wanted to protect. On the surface, Huang Minge seemed to have escaped the crisis this time. But in reality, in the Phoenix Monarch's heart, she was the one who would never have the chance to rise again. The system replied, in the palace, benevolence and kindness are the most fatal shortcomings. It was already the best that he could do as long as others didn't offend him. Only the Holy Mother, not Gu Xingyin, would be magnanimous enough to forgive and not seek revenge after being hurt. Gu Xingyin also smiled. You're right. I didn't come to this world to reform people. For some people, if you treat them well, they would cherish and be grateful. But for some people, if you treat them well, they would only take it for granted and would even want to use you to climb up. Gu Xingyin didn't ask the Phoenix Emperor to execute Huang Minge immediately because this time, there was no way to completely destroy her once and for all. Only by disappointing the Phoenix Monarch again and again would she not be able to obtain a trace of pity and forgiveness the next time she did something. Chapter 624. Marquis Wenyuan's estate. Shi Qingyi saw the tray in the servant's hands. Young Master Shi, please. The servant stared at him coldly. Marquis Wenyuan's husband was still struggling. I want to see His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness likes Qingyi very much. He'll be willing to save me, slap. Marquis Wenyuan couldn't take it anymore and slapped his husband. Someone, my husband is possessed. Take him to the backyard and don't go out for a while. Stupid thing, didn't he see what this vile spawn had done? He had framed His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness was probably going to tear him apart right now. Why would he save him? Marquis Wenyuan had been in a terrible fix recently. Marquis Wenyuan was from the Empress's maiden family and the Crown Prince's maternal family. They were staunch supporters of the Crown Prince. But this idiot of hers, as the future Crown Prince, had actually exposed the Crown Prince's treason. She recalled how her colleagues had looked at her as if she was an idiot when she went to court. She felt ashamed and angry. When she entered the palace, the Royal Highness, who had always been respectful to her, reprimanded her for the first time, saying that she hadn't taught her son well. In any case, Marquis Wenyuan felt that he had lost all face during this time. Now, this vile spawn's so-called evidence was actually fake. He actually had the guts to frame His Royal Highness. The moment he heard the servant's secret edict, Marquis Wenyuan hated that his body was so strong that he didn't faint on the spot. It was over. No matter how close Marquis Wenyuan's estate was to the Crown Prince, after this incident, even if this vile spawn came to pay for it with his life, there would be a rift between the two sides. Shi Qingyi stared at the small cup of wine on the tray. He knew what it was. It was something that could take his life. He didn't want to die. He couldn't die. He hadn't enjoyed all the glory and wealth yet. Why should he die? I want to see His Royal Highness. She likes me so much. She dotes on me so much. Yes. She won't let me die. The palace servant coldly stared at him. This eldest son of the Marquis of Wenyuan's estate, his mind was not clear. Even if His Highness the Crown Prince had great affection for him, when encountering this kind of situation, he would not have any pity. Shi Qingyi shouted twice and seemed to have realized something. She suddenly changed her tone. I want to see His Highness the Eighth Prince, I want to see His Highness the Eighth Prince. The palace maid's expression changed. Some words were not for them to hear. She glanced at the people around her, and the palace servants who came with her instantly understood her meaning. The two of them restrained Shi Qingyi. The palace servant forced his mouth open and poured the entire cup of wine down his throat. This was the most potent poison in the palace, which could kill at the sight of blood. Shi Qingyi's body began to convulse the moment the glass of wine entered her stomach. The palace servants watched him breathe his last with their own eyes. The palace servant who delivered the decree looked at Marquis Wenyuan, who turned his head to the side because he couldn't bear to look at the scene. He said faintly, His Majesty has decreed that the eldest son of Marquis Wenyuan's family has suddenly died. It is not suitable to be buried in the ancestral grave. I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the Wen family. Marquis Wenyuan suddenly turned his head. This meant that Qingyi could not enjoy the incense offerings after death and could only be a lonely ghost. His Majesty actually hated Qingyi to this extent. Her shoulders slumped, and she seemed to have aged several years in an instant. This official understands. His Highness the Crown Prince was His Majesty's reverse scale. No one could touch him. Chapter 625. In Huang Minga's residence, when she heard the news from Marquis Wen Yuan's residence, Huang Minga knew that the matter of her framing Huang Chang'e had been exposed. Then she, thinking of the words she said to Huang Chang'e when she rushed to clear Phoenix Palace, Huang Minga hated herself for being so stupid. Huang Chang'e would never let her off. Huang Minga anxiously waited for the arrival of the imperial edict. She was even guessing how the Empress Mother would deal with her. Framing the Crown Prince was a huge crime. If the Empress Mother was a little more ruthless, Huang Minga shuddered. She didn't dare to think further. Who knew that after waiting for a few days, there was no imperial edict from the palace? The matter in Marquis Wen Yuan's residence also calmed down. This matter seemed to have passed just like that. A few days later, Huang Minga finally reacted. She was fine. Could it be that Shi Qingyi was sincere towards her and actually gritted her teeth and didn't expose her? Huang Minga thought happily. But on second thought, she remembered that she had confessed to Huang Chang'e before. She definitely couldn't find evidence of her. Huang Minga secretly felt proud. So what if she knows I did it? Without evidence, no matter how much the Empress Mother dotes on you, you can't do anything. She thought that although she was grounded now, her father was still in the palace. For her father's sake, the Empress Mother wouldn't lock her up for too long. After all, she was the Empress Mother's legitimate daughter. Her future wouldn't be too bad. If Gu Xingyi knew of her thoughts, she would probably laugh out loud. This pitiful and hateful girl, what kind of sweet dreams was she having? However, she was now faced with a dilemma. That Shi Qingyi, it's my fault for not recognizing her. Originally, I planned to wait for you to reach 18 years old before holding a grand wedding for you. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Gu Xingyin listened helplessly to his father's nagging in the imperial concubine's palace. I've already decided. On the 8th of next month, the palace will hold a general election. Those young masters of the right age will all be sent into the palace to be selected. Chang'e, not only are you going to get married, but also your sisters who are about the same age as you are going to get married. Feng Jun actually had some other thoughts. Huang Minga was already 14 years old and had reached the age where she should be married. But she was now under house arrest in the princess residence outside the palace. The Phoenix Emperor seemed to hate this daughter of his and didn't allow anyone to mention her. Now, using the opportunity of the general election, he could try to bring it up to the Phoenix Emperor. Gu Xingyin could more or less guess the royal concubine's thoughts, but she didn't have any objections. It would be best if Huang Minga continued to cause trouble. If she were to settle down, it would be hard for her to make a move. However, speaking of the talent show, Gu Xingyin rejected it in her heart. He wanted her to choose many men from a large group of men to be her lord, and lord's servant. Gu Xingyin felt a chill just thinking about that scene. Moreover, with a certain man's jealousy, she probably wouldn't be able to live in peace. Father, I'm not in a hurry, you're already 18 years old, why aren't you in a hurry? The royal concubine's voice came from outside. She wore a noble and dignified crown on her head and wore a magnificent phoenix robe. It was obvious that she had just left court. When I was your age, you were already born. The Phoenix Emperor glanced at his daughter, obviously disagreeing with what she said. Chapter 626. Gu Xingyin quickly put on a smile and pulled the Phoenix Emperor to sit down. She didn't bow to the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor was already used to her daughter's intimacy and didn't mind it. On the other hand, the Phoenix Emperor was surprised by the mother and daughter's interaction. However, Chang'e could act coquettishly, but he couldn't. Your subject greets your majesty. Gu Xingyin quickly moved to the side. The Phoenix Emperor waved her hand. Feng Qing doesn't need to be so courteous. Only then did the Phoenix Emperor sit up. He was undoubtedly happy. It was naturally a good thing that his eldest daughter was doted on by the Phoenix Emperor. Mother Empress. Gu Xingyin dragged out her words. The Phoenix Emperor didn't move. If it's about the election, then there's no need to say anything. Gu Xingyin was a little discouraged. She knew that as a crown princess, it was impossible for her to delay marrying the emperor. After thinking for a while, she changed the topic. Then, Mother Empress, can you promise me that I will choose the emperor myself? The person who will accompany me for the rest of my life should be someone pleasing to my eyes, right? The Phoenix Emperor thought for a while. To a certain extent, you can. However, you have to find an emperor who will be beneficial to you in the future. Gu Xingyin thought to herself, how would I know what his status is in this world? Her expression became serious and she said proudly, Mother Empress, you're wrong. I think that only an incompetent ruler needs to borrow the power of the emperor's family to strengthen his position. A ruler who can't even control his own courtiers is not a qualified ruler. The Phoenix Emperor's expression changed slightly. She looked at her daughter with gratification and pride in her eyes. Such a dazzling and proud Chang'e was taught by her. In the next moment, the domineering aura on Gu Xingyin's face disappeared. She looked at the Phoenix Emperor with a flattering smile. Of course, Mother Empress, you're different. You're a domineering ruler. People like Mother Empress and Father Emperor are just icing on the cake. It's better. If her words were heard by someone with ulterior motives, she would be attacked for being disrespectful to the Phoenix Emperor. After all, the marriage between the Phoenix Monarch and the Phoenix Monarch was more related to benefits. The Phoenix Emperor finally couldn't hold back her smile anymore. She glared at Gu Xingyin and scolded jokingly, you have no manners. How dare you tease me? Although he said that, there was no hint of blame in his tone. Gu Xingyin took the opportunity and asked, then, your daughter's husband? The Phoenix Emperor muttered, since you have the courage to do so, as long as your family background is clean, we can allow you to make your own decisions. Gu Xingyin was overjoyed. Mother Empress is wise. The Phoenix Emperor smiled faintly. If I hadn't agreed just now, wouldn't I be unwise? Gu Xingyin's expression turned solemn. How is that possible? Mother Empress will always be the greatest ruler in your son's heart. The Phoenix Emperor was very pleased to hear this. In the end, Gu Xingyin added, since that's the case, why don't you promise me one more thing, Mother Empress? She was really pushing her luck. The Phoenix Emperor rolled her eyes at her. Speak. Gu Xingyin deliberated for a moment. Your daughter hasn't learned how to get along with a husband. I wonder if Mother Empress is willing to not take in a secondary husband and concubines during the wedding. The Phoenix Emperor thought for a moment. This was good too. Sir would have a legitimate daughter, so his position as the husband would be guaranteed. She said, you can discuss such a small matter with your father. The Phoenix Monarch, who was watching his eldest daughter interact with the Phoenix Emperor, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Chapter 627. After the Phoenix Emperor left, the imperial concubine king slowly discussed these matters with Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin felt a headache and hurriedly said, Father, you can make the decision on these matters. The imperial concubine king was silent for a moment and suddenly said, Yuan Minge, when he saw the interaction between Chang'e and the Phoenix, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the extent of his eldest daughter's favor. If Chang'e was willing to plead for Minge with His Majesty would definitely listen to her. Gu Xingyin didn't wait for him to finish and her face turned cold. I remember that I still have something to do in the palace, so I'll take my leave first. After that, she bowed to the imperial concubine king and was about to leave. Stop! The imperial concubine king sternly stopped her. He dismissed his servants, leaving only the father and daughter in the empty hall. He walked to Gu Xingyin, took her hand, and said earnestly, Chang'e, I know that Minge did something wrong, but you are sisters after all. Gu Xingyin sneered, a sister who stabbed her own sister? The imperial concubine king paused. Minge really didn't do well in this matter. He sighed, she's still young. Chang'e, can't you forgive her for once? You used to love her so much. Gu Xingyin was unmoved, Father, 14 is not young. When I was 14, I started to listen to politics with my mother. And because I used to love her, I hate her as much as I loved her. She looked straight at the imperial concubine king. Father, I think I've done everything I can for her. Do you really think that it's only Shi Qingyi who can frame me and accuse me of treason? The imperial concubine king's face changed greatly. You mean? Gu Xingyi nodded. I hid this from my mother. Father, as her sister, this is the last time I'll do something for her. I can't afford to have a sister who deliberately wants me dead. She didn't say anything else. She bowed to the Phoenix monarch and walked out. This time, the Feng Jun didn't ask her to stay. Evil creature, this evil creature. Alone in the hall, the imperial concubine trembled with anger. 15 days later, there would be a general election in the palace. All the noble families sent their sons of suitable age to the palace. This time, everyone knew that the Phoenix monarch was choosing the prince for His Highness the Crown Prince. If anyone was lucky enough to be chosen by the Phoenix monarch or His Highness the Crown Prince, then they would be able to reach the heavens in a single day. Even if she wasn't chosen by the Crown Prince, the other Crown Princes were about to get married. Becoming the Crown Princess was not a bad choice. The nobles of the Sky Emperor dynasty were quite enthusiastic this time. The imperial concubine lord sat in the high hall and looked at the young masters of the great clans. This was the final palace selection. Those who could enter this place were all talented and good-looking young masters. Gu Xingyin was at the back of the hall, looking at these young masters. No. She felt strange. She thought that her lover should be among these people, but who knew that she couldn't find him? When the young masters finished showing their talents, the imperial concubine lord asked people to take them out. Chang'e, how is it? Is there anyone you like? The imperial concubine lord asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head. The imperial concubine lord couldn't help but complain, Child, your standards are too high. All the best young masters of our Sky Emperor dynasty are here, but you don't like any of them? Chapter 628. Gu Xingyin used silence to express her tacit agreement. If the crown prince didn't like it, there was nothing the Phoenix monarch could do. When those families returned home, they had been waiting for the imperial edict. In the end, the third and fourth princesses had been decided. Only the crown prince hadn't been decided. Not to mention the crown prince, even the secondary prince hadn't been conferred a title. Everyone was discussing this, not knowing what the imperial palace's attitude was. The Phoenix monarch was also worried. His eldest daughter was good at everything, but she seemed to have been raised to be too arrogant. Her standards were too high. But no matter what he said, even if he was angry, Gu Xingyin was unwilling to compromise. She said that she didn't like any of them. Even if they were to marry in the future, the two would likely treat each other with respect. For the first time, the Phoenix monarch felt that being too close to his daughter wasn't a good thing. If it was in the past, he would have directly issued an imperial edict to bestow a marriage. Chang'e wouldn't have said anything. But now, she was tugging at his sleeve with an unwilling expression. The Phoenix monarch found that he couldn't bear to force her. Even the Phoenix monarch himself felt that he should find the best crown prince in the world for his eldest daughter. Just like that, half a month passed. During the Phoenix monarch's 10,000th birthday festival, people from a neighboring country came from the distant grasslands. Speaking of which, the neighboring Qin dynasty and Heavenly Phoenix dynasty were two completely different countries. It was said that the Qin dynasty was the complete opposite of Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. Men were emperors and officials, while women stayed at home to assist their husbands and teach their children. Even giving birth was a woman's matter. In the minds of the people of Heavenly Phoenix dynasty, this was completely impossible. In the eyes of the people of the Qin dynasty, everything in Heavenly Phoenix dynasty was decided by women. It was simply incomprehensible. It was precisely because the two dynasties had completely different systems that the two sides didn't have any conflicts. For thousands of years, they had lived in harmony and even had a good relationship. For the Phoenix monarch's birthday, the Qin dynasty had sent an envoy to represent the Qin dynasty's emperor. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, Heavenly Phoenix dynasty is just as the rumors say. Those who come out are all women. A private conversation came from the carriage at the front of a luxurious caravan. "It is quite interesting." A languid and gorgeous voice sounded. The voice from before continued, "A woman becoming an emperor and an official is simply unheard of. It's really strange." The man with the gorgeous voice said, "Nothing is impossible. We think they're strange, but in their eyes, they might think we're strange." This line of magnificent carriages attracted the attention of many people on the road. The people who came and went were all guessing who was sitting in the carriages. Finally, the day of the Phoenix Emperor's birthday arrived. The Phoenix Emperor was holding a grand banquet in the Heavenly Phoenix Palace's Heavenly Phoenix Hall. Sitting next to her was the royal concubine, who was dressed to the nines. As the crown prince, Gu Xingyin sat on the first seat to the left of the Phoenix monarch. Huang Minga, who had been grounded for several months, finally took this opportunity to be released. She was thinking of using the precious gift she had found to regain the Empress's favor. "The envoy of the great Qin dynasty is here to congratulate Her Majesty, the Phoenix monarch of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty." The eunuch's voice attracted everyone's attention. All the officials present turned to look at the entrance of the hall. Chapter 629. Indeed, it was as the Prince of Yong had said. The subjects of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty were very curious about the great Qin Empire. They had heard that the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty only had men as officials. Then all the envoys today were men. Caught off guard, a purple robe appeared before everyone's eyes. Hiss! Gu Xingyin could clearly hear everyone's sharp intake of breath. The man in the lead was dressed in a gorgeous purple robe. At the foot of the robe, there were countless large unknown flowers in full bloom. However, no matter how luxurious the robe was, everyone could only see his face. It was a soul-stirring and beautiful face. It was gorgeous and ostentatious to the extreme, but it did not appear weak or feminine at all. It was completely different from the frail and powdered men of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. This was a kind of domineering and ostentatious beauty. Huang Minga stared at this man in a daze, even forgetting the wine by her hand. There was no woman who did not want such a man. It was not just her. Almost everyone in the hall had their gazes stolen by this man. Gu Xingyin was also looking at him. However, she was different from the others. She was only surprised. She had not expected that he was not from the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. The Phoenix Emperor was also dazed for a second. However, she was experienced and knowledgeable. Her temperament was not something that ordinary people could compare to. She quickly regained her composure. She subconsciously glanced at her eldest daughter. As expected, Chang'e was looking at that man. Her gaze was filled with shock and interest, unlike the majority of the people in the hall who were infatuated. The Phoenix Emperor nodded inwardly. This was the bearing that the heir apparent of a country should have. The great Qin dynasty's envoy, Qin Ke, represents my emperor to wish Her Majesty the Phoenix Emperor of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty good fortune and good health. His voice pulled everyone back from their thoughts. The Phoenix Emperor stood. The Prince of Yong is too courteous. Come, give him a seat. In order to express the importance of the envoy, Qin Ke's seat was very close to the front, just across from Gu Xingyin. Qin Ke she had just sat down when he noticed the woman sitting across from him. She didn't look very old. She was wearing a fiery red robe with a phoenix embroidered on it. Her hair was neatly tied up with a golden crown, revealing her perfect and beautiful face. Her long eyebrows were raised, and her phoenix eyes were slightly raised. There was an indescribable sharpness and elegance to her. She seemed to have noticed his gaze and smiled at him. Then, she raised her glass and drank it in one gulp. Qin Chueshi knew who she was. Only His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Sky Emperor Dynasty, could sit in this position. He felt that His Highness was very interesting, so he also revealed a smile. He raised the cup in his hand and drank it in return. As the Crown Prince, Gu Xingyin's every word and action would attract the attention of countless people. Any movement on her side would naturally not escape the eyes of the crowd. As for Qin Ke Shi, with merely his appearance, he had attracted the gazes of countless people. The interaction between the two fell into the eyes of the people in the palace. Many people who were interested in Qin Keishi were disappointed. It seemed that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was also interested in His Royal Highness the Prince of Yong of the Great Qin. No one had the guts to do so. As for Huang Minga, she looked at the two people who seemed to be getting along very well with unwillingness. Her heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. In her eyes, Huang Chang'e was only relying on her status as the crown prince. If she were the one sitting in that seat today, then the Prince of Yong of the Great Qin would also see her. She had never been willing to accept this. Chapter 630. By the end of the banquet, Gu Xingyin was already a bit tipsy and decided to take a stroll in the imperial gardens. Your Highness, put this on. Be careful not to catch a cold. Her trusted aide, Bai Xian, came out with a white cloak. It was already late autumn. If the crown prince were to contract typhoid, everyone in Clear Phoenix Palace would suffer. Gu Xingyin didn't want to make things difficult for them, so she obediently allowed Bai Xian to drape the cloak over her. This princess is just taking a stroll. My head is a bit dizzy. Who is it? Her gaze sharpened as she stared coldly at a certain direction, completely unlike a drunk person. This prince just happens to be a bit drunk and couldn't sleep at night, so this prince came out for a stroll. Apologies for being rude to your highness. A gorgeous and seductive voice sounded. Gu Xingyin blushed the moment she saw Bai Xian. So it's the Prince of Yong of the Great Qin. Gu Xingyin withdrew her gaze and looked at Bai Xian. Go and bring this princess a bowl of hangover soup. Your Highness, should I summon someone to serve you? Bai Xian asked after some consideration. No need, Gu Xingyin said indifferently. Bai Xian withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the imperial gardens. The imperial gardens weren't completely dark. A lantern hung high at a certain distance. Although it wasn't as bright as day, it was enough for the two of them to see each other clearly. Qin Kai still looked the same as he did during the day, still wearing his gorgeous purple robes. His expression was clear and bright. He didn't seem to be drunk at all. On the other hand, Gu Xingyin really was a bit drunk. Qin Kai carefully sized her up. The imperial family of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty was renowned for their beauty, and the crown prince, Feng Chang'e, was one of the best. Unlike her previous arrogant appearance, the current crown prince's jade-white face was tinged with a faint red glow. Her eyes seemed to be half open, carrying a trace of blurriness. Her facial features appeared much softer. In particular, the soft white fur around her neck made her appear much more adorable. When Qin Kai came to his senses, he discovered that he had been lost in thought while looking at the crown prince. He facepalmed. It seemed that he was really a little drunk. But in the next moment, the person sitting on the stone chair suddenly opened his eyes. Gu Xingyin stood up and walked to Qin Kaishi's side. The women of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty were tall and slender. Even though she was standing, she wasn't shorter than Qin Quebec. Gu Xingyin inched closer to Qin Quebec. Qin Kai raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see what this crown prince wanted to do. Her hot breath fell on his neck, making him inexplicably nervous. By his ear was the clear teasing of a woman. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, this empress admires your graceful bearing. Are you willing to remain in my Heavenly Phoenix dynasty and be this empress's official ruler? Qin Kai's expression changed. He actually didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he reached out with both hands and easily hugged the slender waist of the person in his arms. It felt really good to the touch. Qin Kai discovered that he was actually somewhat infatuated with this kind of feeling. Before Gu Xingyin could open her mouth, Qin Kaishi interrupted her. Imitating Gu Xingyin, Qin Kaishi moved his head close to her ear and softly said, "What a coincidence. This prince also admires your Imperial Highness' graceful bearing. I wonder if your Imperial Highness is willing to accompany this prince back to the Great Qin and be a happy Wangfei?" If there were any bystanders watching at this moment, The two of them were tightly hugging each other, their necks intertwined and their breaths intertwined. It was an indescribable intimacy. Gu Xingyin laughed inwardly. This person really wasn't willing to suffer the slightest loss.